matter because everyone was really enjoying it, and it wasn't wrecked to the point of it ruined the songs. But I'm not happy with it in the slightest. But I'll probably still show you guys.
And at the same time, like, I've even seen like professional fucking artists, and they're not. That sounds horrible. They're not as good live. So it's not supposed to be. It's about the experience.
Oh, totally, yeah. And it's energy, right? That's what people like me wiggling around like a wacky inflatable arm-waving tube man. Hang on, let me send this. Hey.
No worries. While you're doing that, I'm making a crude sketch of Beaucaster because I still haven't gotten the map because I'm horrible. I don't know. I need to get that done.
Don't beat yourself up, bruh.
I'm at least gonna like get Photoshop tonight.
Stop it.
I know. I'm frustrated with myself. I'm frustrated with. I need the map too. It helps me as well. I need it. I have it in my head, but I really want to make a whole like with tiny little squares and like the street. Well, loosely the streets, or at least the rivers. The rivers are more important than the streets because those are the ones you can actually take. That's frustrating me. So I think just tonight in Photoshop, I'm just gonna hop in and do just the shapes of the region of the districts at the very least and then we can pinpoint, oh, the shop is kind of around this area or important bits that you all add. I'll give it to you and let you all add what you want. But right now I'll do a crude little sketch. It's really weird going from head to paper. It doesn't match up, which is weird. Like even doing the crude sketch right now, it's like hand, put it how I see it. It's just circles. But it's like it doesn't line up. It's weird. The mirror.
I too blame mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I think I've got all of my...
We have all geeky fucking shit on. I see Terra's Dungeons & Dragons. I see Rick and Morty. What do you have on?
I don't know.
I bought that at some... when I was working at...
This came from some discount section, Burks. When you were working at Burks. What does it say?
Early Surf Co.
That's a company.
Well, who knows what that is? Yeah.
I mean, you're totally a guy that loves his brands, clearly.
I never wear brands.
Right there.
Yeah, right. Louis Vuitton, man. Mine's an hoodie. Have you seen the hoodie, Tessa? It's like a blanket, but it's actually a hoodie.
Okay. Sketch isn't working out.
It's one of those.
He goes for fucking 5 seconds. He's like, I'm done. Fuck this.
Yeah. Okay. Let me real quick go grab some books because as I was explaining, my microphone rests on a one-piece shelf over here, and I took all my D&D books out of it to have them on my desk, but they're so goddamn heavy. They're the only thing that keep the shelf from not moving. So now that they're here, this happens. So I need to go find big books and put them into the shelf. I have The Walking Dead, all volumes over there. I'm going to stick those.
Come get the Occupational Dictionary.
That thing is lighter than you think it is.
It is, but combined
The Walking Dead's heavier than the dictionary.
I'm just saying combined.
Hold on. I'm going to grab it.
I didn't build that shelf well either. I know it's crooked.
Are you streaming?
Yeah, do you want to say good morning?
Good morning.
Hello.
There you go. Well, I hadn't seen you yet. What are you doing? Yeah, you got to make a card for Grandma this morning. Okay.
We got 4 of these bad boys. We're going to stick it here. And when you finish that up, Manners, then we'll get her going.
I got the shit.
That's fair.
Oh, well, you're going to have it as well.
It's good.
Yes.
It's really good.
Fucking groceries for this shit. Hell yes.
Amazing.
I'm so proud. It's really good. I had 2. I had not 1, but 2 earlier. I had 1. I was like, I'll do it for the joke, and then I'll probably get something else before the session. Then I got a second one.
So I recommend, if you're going to have 2, because I'm a 2 sandwich guy as well, if you're going to have 2 sandwiches, have a cheese, tomato, and mayo sandwich as one sandwich, and then have the other half of the tomato with ham and mustard. And they're two like.
Yeah, what do you mean the other half? Are you putting a whole slab of tomato on one? I put a slice.
If you're like slicing it finely, like I like quite finely sliced tomatoes, so I can easily like half
okay. In my head, you put half the tomato on one sandwich and half the tomato on the other one. I thought you were a madman. I was really scared.
I just imagine like an uncrustable, but with like tomato and mayo. Oh god, I hate it. 0-0.
This is what we were listening to, by the way. Do you know what it is?
No.
It's All Star by Smash Mouth in Bard Core. It's fantasy Smash Mouth. Tara and I stayed up for 2 hours laying in bed in the night while I was getting Bard Core songs, like fantasy versions of songs, and having Tara guess what songs they were. That was a fun time.
You never know if you don't go. Don't flow. Hey, very nice. Hate it.
This is the new intro song. Forget the pyre. This is it. Just to show you how much you all have gone unexpectedly, I wrote up this past week 13 pages of notes that I've printed out for today, because I don't know where they're gonna go. Usually I have like a couple pages of like, this is what could happen today. I've got like a stack of, this is all the things for me to have at the ready.
I'm glad there are options, because I have no idea what we're doing.
See, I was hoping a little sneaky. I'm like, maybe they'll mention something in the Discord to give me some heads up. No, because everyone has no idea what you guys are gonna do.
I'm very much looking forward to your summary of what happened.
Yeah.
My favorite. Tingle's my favorite.
Hold on, I'll play it. I'll play it right here. What's it called?
Tickles your fancy, does it? Your English is leaking. your English best bud is showing.
I was talking to my mom last night, and Lilia was sitting there, and she said to them, like, "You fucking having a laugh, mate?" And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Fuck! I'm around so many English people. I hate it."
That'll happen.
Oh my god.
I used to thoroughly enjoy it when Trey began to say bits and bobs a lot.
Bits and bobs? Well, I haven't heard you say. Why don't you start saying that?
Bits and bobs.
Oh god, I fucking go in and out of so much. I hate it.
Phrasing.
Saying cunt a lot more. Yeah, thanks for that one. I 100% blame Dalt on that shit. Oh my god.
Paging Mike cunt. Paging Mike cunt.
So we've got some family friends called Sheridan and Kelly, and their surname is Hunt. So for years, K Hunt, and it only ever gets called K Hunt, and it's got the point where it's Hunt. And she's like beautiful, lovely, petite lady who likes lady things as well. Like it's the polar opposite to this, and her husband thinks it's brilliant.
So good. Okay, I'm all set up on my end.
Nate,
have it on my like
Good.
normal playlist.
Nate would love this.
Good.
I
How do
only
I
know
feel?
this because of Nadine.
Is my microphone good? Am I echoey at all? I can turn the gain down or up. Am I good?
You're a
Clear?
little gain up, maybe. You're quiet.
Gain up? How about now? Good, good. I'll keep talking. Blah, 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 blah. Here? Good? You hear good? Does it make it echoey at all? Am I good? Okay. I never know where to put that, because unless I hear it back. I used to have a job as an assistant, like, sound person. Don't know what I'm doing. Still.
No one does. fucking sound in tech, and constantly I'm like, good, just moving the knobs. Right out at one point.
Hey Nick, do you remember I showed you Rosie, who's the girl that plays in the other band that we play with? She's got that website with the big sunglasses, the cookie one. Let me show you what she wore on Saturday, because she had like this headgear that was like intense. She was amazing. Oh my god, I just got a glimpse of myself using my phone and I look like my dad.
I get that. When I started T, I looked in the mirror and I was like, oh my god, I am my father. Like, fucking horrifying.
And let's face it, dads are necessary, but they're gross. Dads are gross.
Pisses me off as my dad is more tech savvy than me. Because he works in the tech field, like, and he'll be like, you're doing this wrong, and he'll show me, I'm like, you're 52, shut the fuck up, like, you're doing it wrong.
I don't know how to get the...
While we're waiting, name that song.
I don't know the actual version. I know the Weird Al version.
Yeah, you do. Here's my dice for the day. These are them. Oh. Going for a darker style because you guys have gotten yourselves into a mess.
Because I got my tertiary.
Do you really?
Oh my, I have like 6 down. Oh yeah, I'm fucking ready.
Fantastic.
I have so many, I'll pull out one.
Is it Tell Me Why by fucking, what is it called?
Yes, it is.
But like other days, tell me why. Is it that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Backstreet Boys are in sync. I always find.
Yeah, they're pretty much one and the same. I think it's Backstreet, right?
Yeah, I think
Backstreet.
it is Backstreet. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a cover. That's not an original by them.
I didn't know that.
Really?
By Bob Geldof's band.
Did not know.
Boo Street Rats or something.
It's like super duper popular right now too. Like the Backstreet.
Oh no, is it? Oh no, sorry. 2 different songs. This is I Want It That Way or something. Or I Want It.
I was sitting there and I've been going through fucking alt TikTok, and of course, like, you get the younger alt people, and like they're doing the whole like when you were born in the wrong time, and they were playing Perfect by it's not Good Charlotte, it's the other one, but I was like, that was my how dare you? I was so insulted. I was like, fuck you. That was my sad song when I was a kid. I hate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so old shit.
See, I heard this song and I immediately thought of eBay by Weird Al.
Yes.
That's fucking awesome. I'm like that with the D6. Like, I love that fucking song, and I was sitting there and I was like singing D6, and it was a G6. I'm like, what the fuck is this song? I'm like, oh, it's the original. Silly fucking me. Love you.
Using this time to read up on things for a moment.
I had one of those heaters.
Oh.
I used to have one of those heaters.
Oh, one of those. We've had that for years, actually.
Do a good fucking job.
They do. Nate's got a fancy one. Did you see that picture of Rosie with the guitar and the
badass, holy shit.
right? Yeah, and it's explosive. It's amazing, and obviously
yeah,
loads of pictures of us all wearing the fucking figure.
That's cool.
It's amazing.
I always think those headdresses will be fun, and then when you fucking LARP with them, like I LARPed some massive horns, those shit hit everything. Oh my I can't tell you how many times I fucking smacked into someone.
Yeah. Alright, hang on.
I've been adding to the DM screen up above me as well. I've been taping shit to it about your characters. Like I got favorite terrain for Ranger up there, so I can keep that in mind. I got all kinds of stuff.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Quietly.
Very quietly. Yeah. Hang on. I've got to change it because I haven't adjusted it since I was singing the other day. How's that?
Good.
Hello. You alright, ball bags?
That's it. That's the test.
Cool. I need to have a play with this actually. Like, how is it if it's not right in front of me? How does that sound?
So good.
It's good.
Oh, does it? Because I feel like it. I don't know whether it's a setting or whether it's a microphone, but the pickup isn't very wide.
Yeah.
Like it's quite direct, and I don't know if I've done something to influence that or it is just how it is. But
Right.
because it'd be good to know that I don't have to do that every single time I'm talking.
Yeah. They sound good.
Oh
Cheers,
my
mate.
God, look at all the kitties. So fucking.
How many
Where's-
cats do you...
One of those is a dog. I think. I realized one of those is a dog.
Black and white one.
Oh god, yeah. I would have totally thought they were all fucking kitties.
The white one's actually a lion as well. If you look
Yep.
closely, that's not just a cat.
Have you finished up everything on your end, Manners?
How do you mean?
You said you were finished up something for work.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good to go.
All right. Is everybody else good?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
All right. Let's jump on in. Did my cued songs cue? Yes, they did. Okay. So,
Hang on.
previously. Yep. No? Oh, you gotta get the recording going?
Yeah.
Yep. I forgot about it.
Same. I thought, right, I'm all ready.
Let me know when you're good.
Episode 11, by the way.
It is. We're making progress. Yeah, last session was a good session for episode 10, having a big old fight, a big old mess. You good for now?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So, previously in our adventures, you all have been getting mixed up with Amy the Skull, after you've met her in the Undershovel as a friend through the Rasher car. Agreed to help her as a very casual job of Darash agreeing, yeah, we'll help, and take out some goblins, because she realized that she told you that one of her stash houses had been taken over by goblins out of nowhere. When you got there, you find that it's a little bit more complicated. And it was actually, she thought that this was the Rifts telling her to back off. And she acquired a crew, you all, seeing that you all were easy to get on, and that hoping you all would scare them away, because she thought I could handle some Rifts. It turns out it is a new group that not even she knows about, but is scared about now. Something called the Vitriol. You fought Verdal, a hobgoblin enforcer who seemed to have an inkling of an infernal power. A warlock, perhaps, but mainly a fighter. Given you tried to make a deal, seeming to not want to be there, but more of, this is my job, I have to do this is a mess, I have to clean it up. from what turned into a battle over a my stash house versus your stash house turned into more of we cannot back down, and the vitriol saying we can't let these people walk over us. It turned into a confrontation. Talks were made, possible deals to give up Amy and money was made, and eventually it was we fight. As you fought hard, getting a lot of yourselves into trouble, and you saved some goblins, and you were able to actually kill Verdal, the hobgoblin enforcer of the vitriol. And with that, you had members of vitriol after you, stalking you from the rooftops and from the alleyways. And what went into a intricate chase sequence of combinations and creativity to get yourselves out of it, bashing through warehouses, and eventually making your way to New Polis after you've lost them. You have lost the vitriol. You saw at least a dozen or so. You have made yourself to New Polis on a rainy night at 2 a.m, and doesn't seem anything around you. It's an abandoned section of the city. You found yourself in a cellar with Amy the Skull, and a goblin, and a sack of 2 other goblins, and you've rested your head, very beaten, and just ready to deal with this in the morning. And that was when Sir Kuon from the gem spoke out to you, Mira, telling you had a chance to take Verdal's soul. He sensed the power of Verdal, and you didn't take it. And he has made a slight deal with you. You demanding information and asking a follower of the God of Secrets, Zerkuon, and being a follower of Vecna, you've made a deal. He said he'll show you a memory. And that's where we get into now, as we pick up in that memory. Before we start, Nick, did you see the updated stats I sent you in our channel? I sent you, I don't know if you ever got that. I updated the Google Doc, and I also sent you a nice little pretty sheet, which has updated stuff for D&D Beyond is all updated. Your Phoenix Aarakocra has a few new goodies and tweaks.
Oh, fuck yeah, I remember looking at it, and I totally...
Oh, you're muted, I think.
Yeah, I looked at it the day that you showed me it, and I didn't look at it again. Well,
that's fair.
I will eye that. Thank you for reminding me.
Not much has changed. More like word choices, like your action, and also with the trail, it says that it lingers for it specifies stuff, as well as a resistance is in there now. Yes, and so a little bit of tweaks, and a nice pretty page. I hope that's nice. And now, Mira. We are taken back as the others rest in the basically musty cellar in the New Polis district. The rain trickling down off the rooftops, hitting the cobblestone in the darkness. Everyone trying to get some rest. Kranza the only one up right now. You drift off. Sir Kuon saying, "I'll show you." And having not slept in in at least 90 years, it's weird being forced into an experience. But it feels like a dream, almost. Barely seeing it, you find yourself, your awareness zipping into an area filled with haze and fog. It is just like a dream. You can barely see faces. It's odd. You find yourself endless hallways of a library. Large library, dimly lit, pristine, well kept. You find yourself in your elven form, yet to be undead. Who knows how long ago? Wearing robes with a specific symbol on them that you can't quite make out. What are you currently doing right now?
I am over at a bookshelf, and I'm just kind of angrily shuffling books to the side. One goes to fall off, and I just mage hand, put it back up, while I'm still ruffling through the others, like checking behind them as well, sliding things down, making sure everything's...
You know every spot in this hallway. In fact, in probably at least 70% of the library, you know where everything is. You're searching frantically for a book you know isn't here but should be. Frantically searching and pulling back the books, mage-handing what falls behind. Frustration grows. You hear way off in the library, people moving along the quiet library, more books coming along. You were probably making a lot of noise, pulling it off, your breath getting heavier, pulling off these books. What else do you do?
I'm gonna angrily kind of step back, like clench my hands on my sides, and turn around and be like, Gravad, please.
As you're mage handing another book back onto a high shelf, you hear footsteps coming along the quiet chamber to this section of this library. This gentleman with short black hair, pale skin, basically a short goatee, gray and black robes, with a specific symbol as well. You sense he is under you, and he says, "Yes, Archivist." He looks nervous, as if he expected this to happen in some way. He doesn't look happy to see you. He never is he? Archivist, yes.
I'm just, you don't need to follow me for a moment. We're just gonna have a chat.
Yes, Archivist. And he has his hands behind his back and he follows you.
I'm gonna cross my hands in front of me as I walk.
You quicken the pace and you see him kind of keep up. He's trying to keep his posture up, as they're all trained to. Essentially, all of you are trained to. Keep quiet, keep formal. He keeps his hand behind his back as he walks forward. You see him looking around, making sure he's not wanting to come here. He has reluctance. He is tense. He is been dreading this. He's suspecting something like this would happen. You lead him down, taking him to your office, essentially, but you don't quite get there. As you're walking through the hallways, your footsteps echoing through a chamber, having left this library proper, now heading through a cobblestone hallway, essentially, with kind of yellow stone on the walls arched in, torches lit, leading off to different rooms, a long hallway. You get halfway down it. No one's around.
I'm gonna stop and kind of snap, turning to him. And
he kind of jolts back. You see him. He jolts back when you turn around. Mm-hmm.
I am going to cast Wall of Force in about a foot only, not this big, and I'm going to use it to shove him into the wall.
You see this aura of force, pretty transparent, essentially. His shoes slide backwards as he almost trips. He catches himself with his back foot, and you see his shoulder hit the wall. As you put him against the wall, you see his head hit it slightly. What are you doing?
I'm gonna drop the wall and step up to him, hand still clasped in front of me.
You get close, he leans his head back, still looking at you. He looks down at you.
No, you took it, and you are not allowed to have something like that. Now, where is it?
You see the eyes glance back and forth, trying to look for some type of help in this long hallway, hoping. You see him hoping that someone will come down one of these many doors to stop you. You see he grows paler, knowing this has been happening, but he was hoping when this would happen, there would be people around in order to stop you. And he's ended up in a predicament where there isn't. And then, expecting him to squirm, he does a little bit of something else. He knows he's lost, but he looks towards you. Not quite. His face still turned away, but his eyes. You do not deserve that book. You would make ill use of it.
I believe that I would be the one to make that call to know if I would make ill use of it. Now, where did you put it? I know it is not in its rightful place, and I am looking for it, so I need it.
Whatever happened to it, you'll never find it. He smiles. Scared, but knowing, oh well, kind of, and he smiles.
I'm gonna lean forward and push my hand into his chest as I cast Eye Bite. With the sicken effect.
Yes. Describe what happens, the visual appearance that goes onto Gravad.
My eyes become very dark and inky, spilling out a little bit at the bottoms. And as my hand is touching on him, a red energy kind of like flows upwards, and then his eyes begin to bleed. Where mine are dripping, his are bleeding.
Yeah, his veins glowing with red pulsating as it reaches there. They come down. And he shoves you away. You see crackling blue and gray energy begin to form in his left hand as he slams you backwards as you go 2 feet, but you're strong enough. You put out your hand with a wave of energy and stop yourself from falling. He's now, your back is down one side of the hallway and his back is on the other side. As he pulls up another crackling bolt of energy, he says, no, and just he slams it towards you. You take a bolt of electricity to the counterspell. As it's leaving his grasp, you essentially, with Counterspell, you have enough high level at this point, and his levels are so small of spell, the crackling energy is about to go forward, and you would know it would hit you. And you simply strike it down, and the spell dissipates, leaving smoke into the air.
I can do this the easy way, or we can do this my way. What do you want?
You see him charging up another spell.
I'm going to... How much room's behind him now?
The entire hallway, like, long. This is one of the long hallways.
And be behind him.
Swirl of energy. And does your magic look the same as it does now? Or does it appear different? It still is red?
Nope, it's red, yeah.
Behind him, you've caught him off guard. He just barely noticed. He's taken by surprise. You hear a gasp of fear.
I'm gonna cast magic missiles.
Yeah, as soon as they're into the back, he stumbles forward and onto his knee. You've known that Gravad is not... He does not excel in combat. You would know it would only take a little bit to get him, yet you are going full force. He's very weak, essentially, with already... He stumbles onto the ground, looking up to you, with his knee on the ground with a crack.
Now, where is it?
I'll die before I tell you anything.
And so be it. I'm gonna grab his head with like my pinky on one side, thumb on the other, 4 fingers on top, and I'm just gonna like tilt his head backwards, just like holding on, and I'm going to do Mind Fury.
Yes, you see him he was beginning to crackle magical electricity potentially in his arm, but as soon as you did this and put it on, you almost close your eyes for a moment and you see his eyes roll back in a grunt of pain as you inflict mind damage, essentially psychic damage, as he just winces in pain and falls down onto the ground, knowing that Gravad has fallen here into this hallway. His thump in this long hallway just echoes throughout, knowing that you've killed a person in this sacred place, this place where combat should never ever happen, but you have, and you've murdered Gravad. After all this time, after knowing this nuisance of a being that is always here, getting and trying to undermine you, but he never could. You've finally done it. But you still don't know where the book is. You're about to turn away, heavy breathing as you turn. You begin to flow back to Beaucaster in the year 318 with your comrades in the basement of New Polis. And with that, I need you to make a roll for me. Since you have experienced a memory of great, basically a major memory, I need you to roll me a d20, please. Mira, if you wouldn't mind.
19.
19. So what this is your memory retainment. 1 through 10, you don't remember the memory. 11 through 15, you remain an element of it. 15 through 18, you retain some of the memory. And 18 through 20, you retain all of the memory. You snap back to in the basement of New Polis, hearing the rain still coming out. It is just before dawn. Not even quite. There's no way light to see it, but you just know it's not quite morning yet. Everyone is still getting their long rest, including you. You all can still do some things, though, as long as you don't go out and start doing anything. But you come back to heavy breathing, just like in your dream. You feel your hand clenched at your side, leaning against the wall in this basement. You see your comrades still here. Carranza is just facing the door quietly, hood down. Bengali asleep, Darash in one area, and Amy the Skull in the other. What do you? All of you are asleep. Mary, you're the only one awake. Carranza's in thought.
I am going to
Or do you
stand up.
Mm-hmm. Because you are free to get continue your long rest if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
You stand up.
How much left of it do I have?
You have 4 hours. It was like 2 a.m. And so that is probably an hour and a half to a couple hours left. It's just before 5 a.m. probably. It's only been a few hours.
Would I be able just to pace until my long rest is up?
Yeah. Okay. So you're finishing your long rest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. with that, you all begin to probably. Are you getting up? Are you finishing your long rest or waiting till everybody else's long rest? Okay, so since you're undead, you get a 4-hour long rest. Everyone else gets 8. It's daylight now. You can barely see it through the kind of rotten cracks in the door. A little bit of morning light spilling in. What do you do? You've gotten your long rest.
So since I've gotten my long rest, anger is too much for me to handle. I am going to stand up, and I'm going to walk her over to Amy.
Oh no. Okay. You walk over to Amy, and you find her. She's currently out of her chair, and she is, from with the junk that has been in here, the soft junk. She's got like her pack and everything forming a pillow, and she's laying in the corner, snoring, very much snoring at the moment. She's asleep, just like everybody else, getting their long rest. She is still beaten very badly.
I'm going to pull the backpack over her head.
Are you doing it stealthily, or are you just...
No, I'm just pulling it.
Mira's a baddie.
You yank it, and you just hear her skull. You hear the skull hit the concrete floor. Poof! With that, let's see. Okay, no one wakes up at the moment. It wasn't loud enough yet, but you just hit her head, and she goes. You see, she's sleeping next to Pack Mule. Her fingers just immediately grab around it because she sleeps very cautiously.
I'm gonna put my foot on it.
She looks up and she just is still waking up. She hasn't quite opened her eyes. She's starting to rub it. Pen, if that is you, I am not in the mood tonight.
I'm gonna kneel down. I'm gonna get real closer, and I'm gonna be like, "Listen here, you little worm.
You see her
got me
eyes
into a situation
open
that I did not need to be in."
The sleepy eyes look up to you, her head still on the ground. She still has her fingers tight around Pack Mule, her metal club, but she looks up to you. One eye still open more than the other, because she's still sleepy. You're in that moment where unexpected's happening, right when you wake up and you're still trying to figure out how to react. She looks at you. If you don't get off of me, I don't know if this is a dream or not, but I will beat your ass, dream or not.
Oh, I get it. You're all big and bad. I've dealt with things bigger than you. You don't even know what the hell you're dealing with here, and you decide to pull me into this with you? I'll let you go back and have your little sleep, but I just need to know what the hell you were thinking.
Darash! You all will hear that, Darash, and she looks at you when she says that, and she says, I know, I thought we were going to sort this out in the morning. I know I fucked up, but now's not the time. We're in this together now, you all defended me.
Well, honey, I don't have any of my memories right now, and I'm a little pissed off, so I need to talk about it now.
Hold on. You all begin to awake and just hear the last few words of that. You all look to see. It's hard to see almost for a minute because it's very dark. Is there any light? It's just like, I imagine like a vague light has been set up, like whether that's Creon's something, because you all wouldn't have been in pitch black. And you all see it's very, very dim. You see the figure of Mira stepping on Amy, just lean down talking to her. Amy gripping Pack Mule, trying to figure out what to do right now.
Darash is like one of the goblins. He's now used it as like his cuddle pillow for the night.
Yeah, the sack, the goblin sack. You're just
it's his pillow now.
It vibrates a little bit because they're snoring. It's a nice pillow.
Yeah, it's warm. It works.
Yeah, that's good.
And he would like perk his head and look over. And he'd look up at Mira and he'd be like, he'd honestly freeze and he'd just be like, it's not a like, yeah, we're
That's what I would fucking hope.
Exhausted.
Alright, fine. You, measly little... Fine, alright, have your sleep, have it, fine. And I'm gonna stand up, and I'm gonna kick Pack Mule a bit, and I'm gonna turn around and walk back over to my pack.
Make a acrobatics or athletics check for me.
Natural 20.
Holy. What a way to start the session.
God damn! You see as you kind of kick it and start to walk away, you see Amy try to slam her like fucked up arm out to try to trip you, and you're able to pull your leg back if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
And she starts she picks up Pack Mule, and she will slump her way, she'll grab her chair with her broken head and pull herself into it with Pack Mule over, and kind of supporting herself, pushing herself into her chair.
You
turn around
and cast Charm Person.
Oh my gosh, you're not, Mira's not fucking messing around. Alright, that is a wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Hold on, let me grab her stats.
Pen's like, I'm good.
Yeah, Pen's like looking around like, what
Coach
the
Dax.
fuck? Okay.
He's still like,
It's like, is there food? Dax, are you hungry?
This is Mira's opening. I rolled a 3. This is everything is going right, even the acrobatics check. You turn around and she was about to start yelling at you. You heard her on the brink of saying, "Now listen here." You turn around and then you snap your fingers and cast Charm Person.
I'm gonna just kind of bend down a little bit to be like fully eye level, and I'm gonna.
With Charm Person, if you're in combat,
It's
right?
Disadvantage, maybe.
She was gonna be in combat, so I'm gonna.
If
Is that fair?
Are fighting it, yeah.
Yeah, because she wasn't just a guard who happened to be wandering by. She was hostile towards you. What's your DC? Oh, I rolled a 9. No matter what, you got her.
I'm gonna turn around and bend down a little bit, and I'm gonna be like,
So you're breathing
"Go
slow.
take your nap, and then we'll talk."
She just looks at you. Okay. And sets Pack Mule down. Brings up her pack, and lays on it. You all see this.
Yeah.
She just
Go
closes
back and
her
sit
eyes.
down, angrily staring at Amy.
The wizard just went toe to toe with Amy the Skull.
Just want to say, yeah, Darash would look back and forth between them, and then his eyes would stare at Mira, and he'd look across the room and try to look at Pen like, bro, give me some support, motherfucker.
Pen fell back asleep the second that he sensed it was diffused. He just
Yeah, this is too much.
like he's ready, but I mean, like instincts, right? Just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gosh, would just be like, in Mira.
Oh, absolutely, it's fine.
He'd look at the goblin, the only goblin that's out, as if like, you're my only support. And he just look back at Mira.
Goblin is asleep. Like the one on his passive perception is dog shit, and he's the one that was sleeping on sleeping with Krianza is just like still out.
He's comfy.
Yeah, he is out.
And Josh would look at Mira and just be like, yeah, I can't take her alone. And just curl up with the goblin. Be like, we'll avoid. Try to go right back to fucking bed.
As you lay your head down on the sack of 2 goblins, you see like 2 little bits of the sack just like extend as if the goblin was going and stretching. So the 2 little bits come up, and then the sack just encases back in on itself as the 2 goblins. They're in there cuddling each other, and you're use them as a pillow.
We've adopted 3 goblins.
They're murderous little. They're not. They still have their parasite. They're still murderous.
We're gonna get it out. It's okay.
Angry chihuahuas, so we'll tame them.
Yeah. All right. So Mira, you're going back, and are you finishing you just hanging out until?
Mm-hmm.
All right. At a certain point, as you are laying here, just looking at Amy, thinking of your anger of how Amy has gotten you into this mess. Eventually, you calm down. A sense flows over you, a sense of clarity. And you begin to reform back out of your haze. A few more hours go by, and you all begin to stir. It's around 11 a.m.
I'm reading a book.
Okay. What do you all do? You all finish your long rests and wake up.
First thing Josh is doing, stretching and turning to look at Mira. Literally, he's like.
You see Amy is still sleeping, but she's on her way. She's like moving and like she's rolling around trying to get her last little bits of sleep in. Yeah.
Pen's making a small fire and cooking some of the rations, probably like bacon and whatnot that they've got. And he'll sidle over to Mira and how you doing, pal? Good morning. You feeling all right?
Yeah, no, I had a great sleep.
Good, nice and cheerful, are we?
Yeah. I had a little bit of a weird dream, I think.
I too had a very, very weird dream, but good to see you, chipper. And Pen will glance at Amy. He's doing the rounds. And so he'll wander over to Amy and go, and how about you, pal? You alright?
You see her smile and move her arm a little bit. She grabs your shirt. I'm gonna kill your witch friend today, I think.
Well, that's fucking good to hear. Can we have some breakfast before you get onto that? Because you're not really in a position to start getting grumpy, are you?
Breakfast sounds good.
All
And
right.
she slings her. She slowly will pull herself back onto her chair and grab her back onto her chair.
Yeah, and then he'll go over to Dash and look at the bag of goblins. Go, they very comfy. Those things.
He goes, yeah. You should try it.
They. I mean, if you look past the murderous rage, they look quite fond of you.
He'd motion to Amy, be like, yeah, I like things like that, I guess.
She's just like sipping an ale, and as she does, she's just extends her middle finger as she's drinking it.
Yeah.
Not in the mood. Also, I guess because Staj isn't here at the moment, and to kind of make it, since she missed all of this, let's say throughout, I know a little bit of retcon, I hope she's fine with it. Kranza was outside keeping watch throughout the night, like, oh, you all sleep inside and I'll keep watch outside, you know what I mean? And I won't let that affect anything, as if anybody was looking for you. She's unspotted, everything's good. That's just so that she didn't witness any of this, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Mm-hmm. She's outside, keeping watch with her goblin pal. Yeah.
He's just sleeping around.
Trying to take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. Floor is yours.
I'm just gonna be happily reading.
Now, to clarify, you remember all of your memory.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember your little haze about you?
Not fully.
Not okay. Just for me to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you all do? Eating breakfast.
Dash trying to bring attention to his head.
Yeah.
I kind of stand up and stretch and walk over and like, so like I just have to get us in life change.
Uh-huh. What? Talking to you what way?
You can, if you just like want to call me a worm, I just you would have to think I am.
Oh, did I say something to Amy?
You did. Yep.
Oh.
She sits down her mug.
Oh.
He would turn towards Amy like, I'm fucking diffused.
She comes over. You're just looking at her and she's coming over.
I feel like I said something bad.
She approaches. She comes up beside Darash now, looking at you, smiling, or kind of just casual at least.
I mean, did it turn out okay? I remember everything being all right.
Brought you some bacon that Penn fried up. She holds out a plate of bacon. I guess it won't matter if I do this then. She throws it at you. Make a dex saving throw.
11.
Just the plate, it doesn't quite break against you, but there's just a thump as bacon just hits, splatters onto you and it clashes onto the ground. And she says, "What the fuck was that?"
It was what? I remember being a little angry.
Roll a persuasion check.
Meanwhile, Tax has vaulted over Amy's back and is like,
yeah,
3.
yeah, just on the ground. 3.
Yeah.
You fucking woke me up and threatened me. Nobody does that.
Oh.
I will take you out into the alleyway, and you will never leave this fucking hellhole of a district.
alright, the skull. I can hear you threatening people, but I think we just had a little conversation about you being in no position to be a dickhead right now, so why don't you wheel yourself backwards and get another plate of bacon?
Make a persuasion check.
Sort of looming behind.
Yeah, the tension in this basement is thick. Let me know what you got. I don't have my roll 20.
8.
I know I fucked up a lot. You all had a bit of an out, I'm just saying. But I appreciate you all stayed with me. But also, I know we were going to deal with that, but we're coming... Oh, hold on, wait a second. I just looked up. Ooh. That tomato and cheese sandwich? Tomato and cheese sandwich day.
Carry on.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. If something happens, like, and we need a moment break, just let me know, because I'm not always looking at...
No, it's fine. I'm listening. Okay, go.
Okay. I know what we're going to talk about today. I know I'm the one that needs fingers pointed at today. But coming over me in my sleep, like that? That's not good.
Right. Well, I understand that you're a little upset about that, but given the circumstances, I'm not going to keep banging on about how much you fucked up yesterday, but I think that Mira gets a pass. Alright? So, let's just wheel back a bit, have something to eat. Mira can wipe herself down and avoid Tax's slobber, and we will have a little chat about what to do next. You've got to be realistic, right?
Here, she doesn't break eye contact with Mira. She looks at you, looks at Mira, and she says, "Alright."
Alright.
Okay. What's gotten in thee? And she just picks up, she snags a piece of bacon from Tax's mouth, and he starts, and she just, like, shoves him away a little bit, and she just, mine. And wheels back over and takes a piece of the bacon. She goes back to her corner with her slobbered dragon bacon. Yeah.
I don't... Well, that's taken care of.
Yeah, distrusting. Look, what other wine bottles are on the fucking wall?
Go ahead and make a general investigation check. You see them all here, but it's more to see which ones are good. Make it with advantage.
And Pem will look at Dash encouragingly.
Oh,
he's interested in wine.
Yep. What'd you get on your roll?
7.
7? Yeah. You don't see anything too extravagant here. There's, it's all extravagant because it comes from 300 years ago, from this possible other world, if the theories are correct. It's all interesting. But looking through, even you, which is interesting with your little bit of expertise, are like, this ought to be special, but it's kind of a letdown. You know, it's like 300-year-old otherworldly wine, but we can get this shit here for a good buck. You think something special like this would be amazing. It's alright.
Yeah, at that point, Josh replies and he just grab a random one.
Yeah. Just take one
back
out.
home.
And Penn will be there with his arm out, just waiting for me.
He'd
He
fucking
doesn't
reach
care.
for another one to fucking give it to Penn.
Yeah.
And then Penn
There's
would
about
chuck
six
it
here.
over to Amy and then put his arm out again.
Yeah, thanks.
Could roll his eyes and grab another one and give it to him.
Yep, so there's 2 left now. There's 2 on the shelf left.
So, just to be 100% clear, these bastards that we were running away from last night, no one knows fucking anything about them. You thought that they would rift or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there is. I don't know who they are.
How worried about them are we?
Asking Amy or everybody?
I'm asking Amy and Dash because we're not from here and you two are from here. So we've got to go on what you think. What are your instincts?
Dash would laugh. And like just do. Oh, we're fun.
I mean, we may be, we may not be. Maybe we killed the biggest one.
I don't think so.
I didn't see anybody else with fire wings coming on us down in those alleys.
Well, they're probably hidden. Honestly, if you were the leader of some organization, you wouldn't want to be flaunting yourself.
With a lot of organizations like this, the leader isn't as strong as the rest. That's why you have people protect him. Leader could be some squishy piece of shit, and this was his front man, or one of them.
The one who fired the crossbow at me just before we ran through that building, he was Elven.
Did you see what kind of elf?
Nah.
When somebody mentioned like the leader's always squishy, he would totally look at Mira for a moment and look at everyone else.
Yep.
Just sitting there like...
Yep.
As well, if I know anything about squishy, intelligent people, they got some things up their sleeve. So if Batman was following, they're more powerful. Yes.
That's true.
Because the way I see it, there's 5 of us, right? If we're thinking about who we've got on our side, the list is very fucking short. We've maybe got a couple of people at the undershovel. We've got Alvor. I don't fucking know anyone else. Dash, you got anyone else you could call on?
He'd look at Amy and be like, "Nope, my resources are a little tapped in the room."
He just shrugged a little bit. I don't have many actual allies that I trust. People at the undershovel are nice and all, but it's every man for themselves there.
I'm shocked as well because you got such a sunny disposition. Like,
She just takes
how
a
the fuck does that happen?
angry bite of bacon.
Honest to God, Dash would look at Penn and be like, "How many people you got on your side?"
See her little smile crop up.
5.
So we're all in this together. That's what we got. That's who we can trust.
Yeah, sort of what I was pointing out, pal. The only other person that we mentioned is Alvor.
Who's Alvor?
He's a pain in the fucking ass, that's what he is.
Great. Another one of those. Aren't we all that?
Someone with power than us and want to keep free.
Great.
He's
Great.
a clever bloke though, and he knows this place. He knows Beaucaster.
How is easy to reach?
That's a good. Well, it's how easy it is at the Nightingale, but it's how easy is he to reach for some of us who are comfortable moving around in a city. And he sort of looks up to where Crianza's probably sitting.
Yeah.
And shit. It's
More debt. Are you serious? This started because of debt. We got into more debt. And now if we get this bastard to help us, that's more debt.
However, don't just deal in jewels and gems, though. He likes information, and there's some stuff that we know he'd like to find out, don't we, Dash?
I don't know about you all. I'm not sticking to this current basement. I know we shouldn't be moving around out there that much if these people are looking at us, but it's a big city. These people could have 10 members. Can't find us everywhere.
Gotta be careful though, won't we? So I'd say the first of our priorities is somewhere else to lay low that isn't a shitty basement. You're quite right. But this is in yours and Dash's hands, pal. We don't know where we are. I could go and find somewhere, but it'll take me half a day.
Question.
Yep.
How many people do we see chasing us?
About a dozen.
So there's only 2 of us that are maybe. Because I think in an era and vaguely say can change clothes and whatnot and do not seen. It motioned to Amy and himself. 2 of us, maybe 3. They're gonna spot us. Doesn't matter how many.
We could always put you in a big cloak. Wrap up your legs a little bit.
To Amy.
Fine. I'm not more sneaky than it may seem. Sometimes.
We could build a cart around you.
Around me? You want me to be a fucking fruit cart?
Can't we just go and
it's
find the cart?
conspicuous.
I could pop out and probably get back with the cart in 20 minutes, half hour.
I'm not doing that.
To keep his composure.
You see her, she starts to go over to the door and up the couple steps, and she says, "They're not going to get us if we're in a crowd in the Liberty District. They're more likely to get us here in these empty streets than in a crowd full of 100 people. Can't grab everybody."
Oh, that's true.
That's where I'm
It's one of
heading.
those situations where you're like, I just gotta run faster than you.
Are you talking about me?
Look at
No,
me.
I just gotta run faster than anybody.
I can go faster than you.
I don't
Maybe
know.
not him. He points at Daraj. You can fly.
I'm pretty fast. I'm pretty speedy. He can fly though. He's faster than me.
Okay, Brittle Bones. You can fly. That's good. Anything comes for you, you just floop away. Yeah, you just. That's good.
He's staring at her. He's like, thank you.
Yeah.
That doesn't solve. I agree with the Liberty District. Let's start there, but where are we going?
I guess we gotta think. What do we?
Where's
we
the
can do.
Nightingale?
Nightingale? That's a fun place. It's a brothel over in the Liberty District. I know the address. Been there a few times. It's actually not as run down. Nightingale? I think it's in the Liberty District.
Might be right. Like you're the one who
Oh.
fucking owns it, but
Did I put it on your cheat sheet? Let me check.
yeah, you put
That may be an error just on me. Let me check.
He'd still say it because he fully believes it's in the Foundry District, but
Yeah. Yep, that may be. Let me really quick look.
Wasn't it with the Brimstone Nook was in the Foundry District? Wasn't it?
Brimstone
That's
Nook
where
is
we
also in
would
the
go.
Liberty District. It's on the edge.
Oh, is
It's in the Liberty.
Yep. So if this is an error on me, I'm checking because I want to make sure this is right. My mind tells me it's in the Liberty. I think I fucked up on your cheat sheet only. I think is what happened. But you would know where it actually is.
well, he's frazzled.
Gotcha. Okay, I have my sheet here. I have my locations. Liberty District. Let me just see if it's on here. Yeah, I think that was just a fuck up on my end. I apologize. so much information gets muddled up every once in a while. It is in the Nightingale, and that's what's actually kind of a thing about it. What you've heard about the Nightingale before as well is it is the Liberty District is a very nice place. Something like a brothel wouldn't necessarily be there, but it is. The thing about the Nightingale, it's actually a very nice establishment. It's a little hidden in the Liberty District, so it's not still front and center, but it is in the Liberty District. It's a little hidden, so that it's still not in the public view immediately, but it is in the Liberty District, actually. So my apologies on that.
I feel like we cut it straight to the Nightingale. We need to find somewhere close to it to hole up, whether it's a basement or a back room or somewhere. Thoughts? Do you want to just get over there and see what we can find, or...?
Amy's looking at you all. Good to stay at the Nightingale as well.
We could either just barricade ourselves in a room at the Nightingale, or we could try to find some abandoned place to hang out until then. Or at least an abandoned safe place in the Liberty District.
Good luck finding something abandoned in the Liberty District. Every fucking floor is taken there.
I think that
Yeah.
as often also means cautious.
Sure. And what I was pointing out is staying at the Nightingale's fine, but 1 or 2 people booking a couple of rooms is far less conspicuous than 5, 6 people wandering in as a group because they're looking for a group. So I feel like we make our way to where the Nightingale is, find somewhere quiet, alleyway or something, and just take a little look out and see what we can see.
Might not stick with you all then.
I don't think that we move there in a group at all. I think that we sort of goes in 2s and 3s max. Close enough to help each other out, but
Not us.
I was going to suggest I go somewhere else completely. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Where'd you go?
I know it would seem like I'm abandoning you. I will stick with you if you really want. But my arm is broken. And you see her arm is like red and swollen.
Howard?
I was going to go take a dip in the spring. Yeah, because you said Wrath Tower, didn't you? Yeah. So Fortune Wrath Tower, Spring of Repair is in the bottom layer of it, and it's kind of a tourist thing now, but it appeared 300 years ago with the coming of New Polis and the Broomfall, and the pool has healing abilities. You have heard of it. It is expensive, and you can only use it every few days or it just doesn't do anything. But it can actually heal you. People have been known to feel rejuvenated. Out of character, stat-wise, you can turn a short rest into a long rest once every few days. And it's expensive. Yeah. A lot of people, especially the people of the Undershovel, haven't actually been there. So a lot of people, there's a lot of dispute of, shit's bogus. Just a tourist trap. As well. It's some people, it's like a placebo. People think they're healing, but they're not. But other people swear by it. It is useful. Amy says, I'll go with you all. I'm just worried. You know. But I can
Alright, so let's say that you go and get yourself fixed up. How are we going to get back here?
What was that last sentence? It broke up on my end.
How are we going to get back in touch with you?
Come back here. My pencil. We come back here. I just feel like I need to make myself useful. It's really up to you all. Do you think I'd be more useful with you all? Or should I go out and try to snoop around for information? I could do
not with a broken fucking arm, but also we're not coming back here once we left. like you say, this is sort of out of the way and we're pretty conspicuous around here. So you just leave a... You're going to have to come and find us at the Nightingale.
Okay. Should I snoop around for information? People I do know? Not necessarily people I trust, but should I look for people I do know?
I don't know if I would trust anyone you know.
I don't trust anybody I know. That's the point.
I mean even to see them, because there's always a chance that they're being paid by someone.
That's true. But if they're being paid someone, that means they have a direct link to these people.
Sorry.
It's up to you all.
Remind me of the name of this outfit. What did he say? They were Defiance, right? Or
they're the Vitriol.
The Vitriol.
The Defiance is the Spectre's Defiance is a whole other. I thought the Spectre's Defiance was scary. These people are scary as well. Two different scary people. Not fun. The Rifts. They're scary in their own way, but they're drug pushers. They're not assassins.
Well, we need to know about the Vitriol.
So am I coming with to the Nightingale to see this Alvor, or am I getting information on my own? Up to you all. What do you think would be useful or safe?
For what it's worth, my vote is you go and get yourself fixed up, you find out what you can, you stay low, and you come and find us.
Okay.
What do you reckon, Dash?
Alright. She pulls open the door in the sunlight. And it's still raining, by the way. Hasn't stopped. Nightingale later. Don't wait up on me. Whenever I get there, I will make sure to leave a note, if I can. I'll leave it under a nickname. What nickname? I'll address it to Dave, and it'll be from...
Patty.
Sure. I'll be Patty, you all are Dave. I'll leave a note if I'm not there.
Amy, right. Before you go...
It's the skull?
Whatever. Like I said, situations change, pal. All right, and you're a pain in the ass, and you're trying to become not a pain in the ass. What I want to know was everything yesterday just about that sodding building, or was there something else in there?
You know everything now. It's about that building. It was my favorite stash house. That's why I wanted it so bad. I thought I could get it back for some shitty criminals. It's just the house. That's gone now. Right. It's burned. All
right. Well, stay safe.
Likewise.
Aww.
She does not address you. She remembers she's pissed at you and her chair levitates up and she turns and she sneakily goes. You see her wave to Creons on the roof and she heads off.
I feel like if we're going to do this and get there quickly, because it's first thing in the morning, we need to get moving and get into the crowds. I think, Dash, you need to cover yourself up and go in front of me with Mira, and then me and Creanza will follow along. And I'll just keep you in sight as we make our way there. What do you reckon?
Dash have bird feet? Are you wearing boots? Or do you have bird feet?
Talons. Are your talons showing?
I think you just have bird feet, right?
Yeah, he only wears shorts. That's it. All the other thing is bird. Yeah, he has bird feet.
I mean, it's your call, mate. Like, if you'd rather be up in the air, talk me through it. I mean, I can get me and Creanza and possibly one other through a city pretty quietly, but you're not exactly inconspicuous, are you?
So,
but if you're in the air, they might shoot you down.
No. And he shakes it like, we're not doing the air. Like, that is
yeah, all right.
If we're trying to be inconspicuous, that's the wrong way to do it.
True.
So, but if you three are traveling together and I am traveling, like you said, close enough to help, but far enough away that we can protect it. We're still.
Can Penn have a sort of good rummage around, like a final look through the basement and see what there is by way of cloaks or blankets or sacks or just things that are going to be useful?
No. There's not anything cloaks, but there's definitely sacks. There's sacks and cloth tarps. Plenty of that down here.
Right.
That you could find, for sure.
Can he grab the biggest tarp he can find and whip out his leather tools and just sort of stitch it up in such a way that it clenches here and is a big hood and a cloak that hits the floor?
Easy enough. Yeah, you're able to do that in just a few minutes. And it's just like this brown kind of... It's a little bit stained from what rotten food used to be here. But yeah, it's a light brown kind of with darker patches of a makeshift cloak.
Okay. He'll hold it out to Dash and go, come on, mate, you're not that tall. This will cover you up. What do you reckon?
He is. I'm about to say, Dash is just fucking over at this point.
Dash, put it on. Here you go. Just stick it over. We'll be across town in a bit, all right?
While this is happening, I'm gonna like get down on my stomach behind Dash, and I'm gonna army crawl up behind him, and I'm gonna start wrapping a sack around his leg.
Trying to hide his bird legs.
He literally would be staring.
I would be like passing it on and be like, extra protection.
Meanwhile,
like
Tax
a kilt
is on
now.
Pen's shoulder going, weirder and weirder.
Yeah. I love how we're in a city and you chose the most visible race I think possible.
Because I'm literally sitting there like, yeah, no, totally covered. No one will notice the obviously protruding wings. Like, god damn it.
Give me a deception check.
The tarp's huge. The tarp is huge deliberately with a big, huge hood and it touches the floor. Like, that's by design. You're like walking in a tent. You're like a huge fat tent.
Just gotta hope no one looks in the face hole and sees a beak. Roll a deception check. Let's see how well it is.
Shit, a 6.
You've got it on you. It looks good.
Look great.
You all think that'll be all right.
All right.
Oh my god.
Fuck it. Off we go. Come on.
All right.
Are you sure you don't want me to walk with you? I could say I'm your mom and that you're my kid, because you're so much shorter than me. So I mean, you're the right height.
I think that's a brilliant idea, Mira. You two go together. I'll follow no more than 10, 15 meters behind you with Crianza. Tax, get in.
I'm gonna wrap my arm around Dash's shoulder.
Oh my god. Dash is as embarrassed as you would assume someone would be with their mom. Like, oh god.
Oh, good. That's so good. All right. You get Crianza, and before you all are leaving, by the way, you notice the sack in the corner with the two goblins. You just start... you see, like, start to slash, like, and you start seeing, like, it begin to rip.
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Okay, on the two goblins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mira. These, do you reckon these little buggers know anything about the vitriol? I mean, they're with that big bastard, weren't they?
Yeah. I mean, they were working with them. Do I know how smart they are?
Roll a nature check.
Do they they got this, what was it you called it, that makes them feral? Taint or something?
I got a 30 on sleep.
Poof, poof, they fall into each other and then just poof. You asking me or Mira that?
Mira, you're not here. You're just this voice in my head.
Yeah, I was thinking if you wanted clarification.
Mira, like what is it makes them angry? Like they've got this bloody something wrong with them, haven't they?
Nature is 24.
They're not smart. Not with what they have. Not this way. They're not smart.
Well, mean, first off, to answer your first question, I don't think they're really smart enough to remember stuff like that. Like, I don't think they know who they're working for. I just know why. I think they know, like, they were doing it and why, maybe.
So even if you got the parasite, even if you got that thing taken out, would it be handy to have a little chat with them? Because I can't remember the name of the one we met in the under shovel.
I don't remember her name either.
It was Fen. Just suddenly came to me. Yeah, Fen Pine. How do you actually get rid of that thing?
Parasite. Do I know anything about that? I know the Circle of Signs does it.
Yes. I roll a nature check.
Well, it's a natural one.
No, it is hard knowledge. It's a very hard thing to do. You know that for sure. It is very, very hard, but you know there are Circle of Signs really do it for a reason, and some scientists will, but it's very difficult and it's not easily done by the regular people.
What I'm getting at is it worth us lugging these two around?
Well, I mean, it'll make them like us, like you or me. They would be, I don't know, I guess the word would be smarter. I don't know. That feels insulting. No, not smarter. I don't know.
Able to choose their path is yeah, not necessarily smarter. Yeah, you know they don't instantly become smart. They're just able to become their person because they no longer have it's basically that parasite puts a charm on them is what it does. They would be able to, they might be dumb, they might be smart. They're able to become themselves at that point.
On the person.
So, do we want to leave them here because they're going to be a pain eventually, or do we want to keep carrying them around?
I mean, I do want to get them help.
Same. How long are they asleep for now, do you reckon?
I think it's an hour, right?
I think it's an hour, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of maintenance. Keeping them asleep.
Well, it says they fall unconscious until the spell ends, which is 1 minute.
Yeah. They were more scared lugging them here, but I don't think they stay awake. They don't stay asleep long.
So we just let them go? Or leave them here and they can do what they want when they wake up?
Goblins loose in the city. I don't think that's a good idea. We could leave them here. Try to lock them in.
What do you reckon, Dash? All right. So Pen will quickly whip up and grab the one that is comfortably, for some reason, hanging out with Creonza because they've made friends. They'll grab it and stick it down the hole before he closes the trap door.
At you.
Yeah. Before you close the door, I'm gonna look at him and be like, "Okay, now you're gonna make the other ones stay good, right? Stay here, good boy, good boy."
Good boy, you good boy.
Yeah.
Good boy, good boy.
Yeah. I'll give you meat.
I'll tear your throat out, good boy.
No meat then.
He's cowering deeper into the room, knowing that you all are pretty powerful because he took out his friends. He's just backing up, fingernails out.
You stay here, you'll get meat. If you don't, no meat.
Meat.
Stay here. Keep the others here.
Good boy. Because he just. That's right. Okay. Put them into your bag. I think there's 2 left because you all.
Good lad.
Yeah, there's 2 left.
Good.
You have 2.
Good lad.
2 New Polis mystery wine. Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's get going. You two head off. I'll literally 10 meters behind you. All right.
All right.
Are you all stopping on the main street?
Dash again.
No, we're staying Dash is in front. What are you doing, Dash?
How are we traveling? Streets or back alleyways or other ways?
Honestly, he's not looking for the most populated, but he's definitely looking for
Okay. It'll take a little bit. What's unfortunate is before you can even get to populated, you're in New Polis, which is very unpopulated, so you have to go through abandoned streets for at least a little while before you get to them. And you're trying to make... From back here...
Are we doing regular perception checks, or are we relying on passive perception, or how do you want it?
Passive is you're just maintaining... If you want to physically look around, that'd be perception check.
I'd probably do one, right? Like, Pen would be continually doing it, but would certainly do it sort of as they leave and as they round the first corner, that kind of thing.
Okay.
You sure we're on a street? What's the name?
Yeah. even the regular people the few people that are wandering through New Polis, because there are some shops that have been established here. The people that are going on their morning day, you don't even see them.
22.
22. You're keeping an eye out. You're keeping a good eye out. All right.
I was walking.
Yep.
I was walking beside Darash as well. I got a 10.
10? Okay, keeping an eye out.
You're moving him when he's about to slam into someone he obviously doesn't see.
The hood is actually obscuring your eyes a little bit, Darash.
Yeah,
like,
it's so low.
That's what's happening. You keep the stupid fucking potato sack.
I like to think that the effect is actually really helpful, though, because it looks like Mira is actually directing this bumbling fool of a...
Alright, Grandma, let's get you home. Yeah.
What's he say? What?
Yep. Okay. You all are wandering through. Are you taking public transport, or are you walking all the way to the Nightingale?
Walking.
It'll take a few hours. You good with that? You're on one side of the city, going all the way to the other, essentially. You're on the edge of New Polis, but still. All right. It'll be around 1 p.m., 1:30, as you all are... You finally getting through the Liber District eventually. It's going throughout. It is actively... People are on their way. You see streamers, basically, in banners, connecting shops. You see people are going along with their baskets, wheeling a cart of supplies. People are going on the way, and you are keeping your eye out. You head into New Polis. Into Liber District. You're moving around. A few places that you will actually pass, just to sprinkle in a little bit of locations every now and then, so that you can know for later. You pass by a different shaped building. It is a dome made of wood only. It's just a circular, small dome-shaped building. But out of the top of it, you see what looks to be a tree coming out of the roof. But it's not quite a tree. It's metal piping, sprawling branches of metal pipes. And through the pipings, you actually hear music coming from the pipes. And you see a sign that has a picture of a wood-burned violin on it that says the Hollow House Music Shop, instrument shop. You pass that on the way as you hear the faint music coming from inside. There is not. The reason for that is trying to eliminate some sound escaping so that it's not noisy. No one does, unfortunately, here.
Raj would definitely Ted would kind of lean the whole time as they passed it.
Noted. All right. There's a little bit of something for you, sprinkling in some places as you all are passing them. You will also... You will see... In one street, you will see a vividly pink, very pink building. It sticks out like a sore thumb, and you see the sign says Madame Poppy's Perfect Pages. And through the windows, you see colorful covers of books galore everywhere. This is a bookstore. And through the window, you see this woman with kind of yellowish gray hair holding a stack of books on her shoulder. She's an elven lady, very thin, but she's like, nah. She's like balancing them and trying to get them on the shelves as you all are passing. And you got the address from Amy the Skull for you're heading to the Nightingale first, correct? Okay. Go ahead. I guess all of you, yeah. Or let's say one person, whoever would like, make a investigation roll or perception roll to find the Nightingale.
One of them two. Fuck, my rolls for that.
I'll bet.
Let's see how, in a timely manner, you will find the Nightingale. You find it very quickly. with that perception roll, Pengelly, you will notice as you begin to see a sign, very small. It's basically there's a busy street front and back of you, but there's like a little road. It's a very small road. You couldn't even fit a cart on it. There's no carts that go throughout the city, but there's not even a cart to fit on it. And there's like a little black, like 3-foot black metal fence going along, as if it's like a road to someone's house, if that makes sense. There's like little stones going along, and you see the tiniest little sign trying to say hidden, and it is written in very aggressive cursive of the Nightingale. As keeping a brothel a little bit off the public so that, little Jimmy doesn't stumble into a brothel. It's hard to find purposefully. But you find that. With that perception check. Mm-hmm.
Oh, go. Sorry.
You begin to notice, as soon as you come in, it was a little bit into the Liberty District. It was when you passed the Hollow House music place. You saw someone. It didn't ring a bell to you at the moment. Whatever. You saw someone. You saw a tiefling figure. You're not sure. You didn't see any features of them, but you saw a pale red-skinned tiefling, almost pink or light brick colored, with horns slicked back, if that makes sense. So 2 horns slicked back, and wearing a gray kind of duster coat. You saw that she was talking to another person in a gray coat, just talking on the street, out in the open, just sitting there talking, going along. They have a notepad, and they're comparing something. And you see she looks up, eyes you all, and then says something to her friend. You didn't think anything of it. From your perspective, Pengelly, when you saw this earlier, about an hour ago, you're like, we are an odd bunch. The big person with the cloak. That's probably it. It didn't even think to you. And then when you passed them out on Poppy's Perfect Pages, you looked back and she happened to be going the same way as you with her friend. And now, as you were about to possibly turn down to the Nightingale Road, you see, meters back, like not very close, you catch her just very vaguely turn to her friend, almost as if she says, quick, look natural. And they turn from looking at you all and start browsing a vendor's shelf.
Okay. With that check as well, do I spy anything that is what I was looking for? Like somewhere where I can put Crianza and Dash and maybe even Tax just temporarily whilst we then go into the Nightingale?
Right. With that,
if it's like a bar or a
public place is what you're looking for, right?
Somewhere place? That I can sort of discreetly place these guys conspicuous in mirror, and I can
somewhere not quite inconspicuous or anything, but very public. You pass as you begin to round up and come back. You see the Liberty Circle, the place with the bank, the library, and everything, and that place is swarming with harbingers. If there's any place to protect somebody, it's probably there. Let them go into the Liberty Circle. Would you like that, or would you like to look for somewhere else?
How far away is that from the entry to the Nightingale? Like, is it quick enough to like get from one to the other and then go back and get them and bring them in like within 5 minutes?
Probably not that, unfortunately. It's a little bit away.
So what I'm looking for is between
somewhere close
on the approach to the Nightingale. Yeah, just a bar or a cafe or even a bakery or just somewhere that is a busy. I mean, they could even go into the bookshop.
Yeah, I got you now. Yeah, I mean, the bookshop's not too far away. You could do the bookshop. It's right down the road, about 5-8 minutes away.
All right, so let's say before we got to before I spot where the Nightingale is, I'm dropping off Dash and Crianza. Okay. I'll keep Tax, and Mira is with me. Okay. And then I spot, as we haven't yet turned into this pathway towards the Nightingale, but I've spotted them. So what I will do is say, Mira, just pop in there and start inquiring about rooms for, 2 rooms?
Yeah, I'd say 2's good.
Yeah. Off you go on, just keep walking, all right? And as Mira goes in, Pen is going to, as stealthily as possible, get to the end and come and try and circle back behind the tiefling.
Okay. Make me a stealth check. As Mira, you're heading in, correct? While you're doing this.
Yeah, even like potentially even climbing I don't know.
Would
It
you like
feels
to?
alleyway-ish, right? So
Yeah. Do you want to stay on the ground or do you want to climb?
I just want to get out of the way. Like, is there... My intention is either to loop round alleyway-wise, or if it looks like there's an easy way to jump up and like be able to watch them without being detected, that's what I'm after.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check and we'll see what's easiest. And Darash, you're heading into Madame Poppy's perfect pages?
Okay. 18.
18. You're heading down alleyways. You look back, before you head down this road really quickly with Mira, before you head down, you look back up and you see the tiefling, and you see that she is with a human gentleman. And you start to see a little bit of features now. Like I said, she has light skin. Her duster coat says something. Too far away to see. You see the friend she's with. He has kind of darker skin. He has shaven hair. He's wearing an exact same coat. This duster coat is light gray and has kind of light brown elbow pads and shoulder pads, and they have kind of tall boots, basically. And you don't see any weapons. Actually, with a natural 20, there's a uniform short sword on each of their sheathed in a gray sheath, both of them. Anyway, you begin to heading down the alleyways, thinking about quick. As you're going along, just in case they follow you, you leave a little bit of something knocked over as if you were to go another way. You're looping around as quick as you can. And what was that stealth check? 18? Yep. If you're able to quickly, because it's kind of like a triangle, little sliver of these buildings, you're able to quickly look around. And you peer around the edge and you see this tiefling and this human cautiously making their way through the crowd, looking around casually, quicken up their pace, noticing that you're gone. Stop at the entrance to the road leading down to the Nightingale, this kind of darker road. They turn, they talk for a minute, and then they stop. They don't go down the road. They confer for a moment, and then they just linger on the entrance of the road to the Nightingale. They just stay there.
Did they see Mira go in? Do I perceive that they saw Mira?
Yeah, they saw both of you kind of go this way, and definitely they saw Mira go at least down the road. Yes. And now it seems they are waiting. In case anybody were to come out of Nightingale and come back up the road to the main street, they're waiting here.
Okay. So I'm like peering around a corner and they're over there, right?
Yeah.
I'm watching them down the thing. Okay, I'll walk out and walk towards them quietly, and then when I'm behind them, I'll lean against the wall and go, afternoon.
You see them kind of perk up. You see the gentleman actually, and you see him just look, because he's like, you see the tiefling's back. She was talking, and he's actually kind of a little bit more facing you, not quite able to see you, but you can see him more than you can see her. He just says, you can see him give her a look. You see her head nod, and she just shouts out, "Hello?" She begins to turn around to look in the area. Do you say anything? You're kind of behind a corner right now, right?
Yeah, and it's not very populated, is it?
I mean, this busy street, they're waiting on the edge of this busy street, so there's lots of people passing by you all.
Right, okay, but we're not cramped
not
with
where you
people.
are.
There's just, yeah. So, couldn't help but notice that you were pretty interested in us, so I just introduced myself, see what the attraction was.
Do you come around and reveal yourself now?
I was like leaning behind them when I said good afternoon. I'm like within 3 feet.
Gotcha. Yeah. You see her turn around. You see on both of the on the kind of left breast of both of them, you see something called it says like in standard print, gray stand. And the woman says, well, if you're going to introduce yourself, you might as well go ahead and do it. And you see the man kind of stealthily, but you're able to see it with your passive perception. He takes out a notepad. And she says, "We are the Grey Stand Detective Agency. And I couldn't help but notice that you all have some similar descriptions to some people we're looking for."
Are you looking for people? Are you? What are you looking for them for?
Well,
I mean, I'm more than happy to help with your inquiries if we appear to be similar to these people that you're looking for.
can we step down this road a little bit and get a little bit away from this heavy traffic area?
Nah, we can talk here.
We'll have to be careful what we can reveal then.
That's
She looks
fine.
back to make sure her colleague's taking notes. Are you aware of a warehouse that caught fire last night?
Warehouse that caught fire last night. Could be. Memory's a bit hazy. I had a bit to drink this morning, but potentially.
Cracks an eyebrow. We have a description from warehouse workers that an Aarakocra, a black hair with kind of a green outfit. We've got someone who fits your description, and someone tall with a furry leather jacket, and with a goblin, crashing through a warehouse, casting magic, and shouting. And it was at that same time, a warehouse caught fire.
Right. Yeah, sounds like quite. I'd remember that. I'm positive that I remember that. That sounds like a lot.
Perception check.
I love that. We should.
Yeah.
Am I in my? We're in an alleyway, right? Do I get
Right on the edge, like 10 feet away is the heavy traffic street.
Do I get advantage because I'm in my natural territory?
That's not how paper terrain works.
Oh,
Well, even if you were, that's not. I think how it works is when you use a skill specifically. Are you proficient in deception?
No.
Yeah. When you make if you're in your favorite terrain, if you make an intelligence or wisdom check that's related to a skill that you're proficient in, your proficiency skill's doubled.
And that's charisma anyway. Right, I get it.
Yeah. So unfortunately with that,
That's
she looks
fine.
at you. You even see her partner just he's kind of like writing, and he just looks up like they play this game with people being
all the
detective.
time.
They probably play this with people every day.
All right,
Yeah.
look, I'll level with you, but only because I'd like us to all acknowledge right now that if you two decide that you want to ask questions more vigorously and you want to reach for those short swords hanging by you, I will get away from you. All right? Can we all just acknowledge that?
We have no intentions of wielding these short swords whatsoever. We are to gather information.
Pen will push past them and wander down the alleyway so that they are more discreetly conversing.
Okay. They head down a little bit away from the heavy traffic, and as you all get there, she simply says, "We're just trying to gather information. We have no interest in fighting anybody. It's a rare thing we do."
All right. Well, the fact is, yes, I was there. I can't speak for...
The man's pen just rolling away.
Glances at the man's pen. Can't speak for anyone else. I'm speaking as an individual who's brand new to the city and doesn't know anyone. So I'm not interested in getting on anyone's bad side.
That's absolutely fair.
All right. We were there as a favour to a friend, clearing out what we believed was a infestation in their warehouse.
An infestation?
Yeah.
Before my next question, I guess we could introduce ourselves formally. You don't have to if you would not like to. I am Sierra Bitoris. This is my colleague, Glenn. Make sure I get the name right. Glenn Rejun. And you are, if you're willing to share a name with us.
You can call me Pen. Sorry, Glenn. What was your surname? Didn't catch that then, bud.
He comes up and he says, because you can tell he's not used to speaking. He's the note taker. He says, Rejun. I'm Glenn, Agent Rejun. And you see Agent Detective Bitoris, she says, and you said there's an infestation. Does that mean you work for the Fellshapers?
No, I don't know who the Fellshapers are. Like I said, brand new to the city. Made some friends. They said,
Do you work with the Venatics?
Don't work with anyone, pal. Seriously.
And you recognize the name Venatics, by the way.
Oh, do I?
Yep. I don't know if you remember, it's been a long time, but the Fanatics are the beast and monster hunting guild. That
right.
go all across the Republic. They're actually setting up the Day of the Hunt. And
of course,
you've actually worked with them a couple times.
Yeah, I have done. Yeah.
And
done bits and bobs with the Fanatics, but as I said, currently no affiliations. Brand new to Beaucaster.
Okay. Infestation gone wrong.
Well, I mean, the infestation went very well based on the fact that they wanted to wreck the place, I imagine, but our clearing out of the infestation didn't go entirely to plan.
So are the infestation of whatever monstrosities you were there, are they still roaming that area?
Could well be. Could well be. There were a few of them. We managed to catch a couple. Could even be caged outside. Like, who knows? We caught a few of them, but yeah, we had to get out of there when the place caught fire.
With your passive insight, when you say cages, you see a recognition in their faces of, yes, cages. You see that recognition. Okay. Do you have anything else to say on the matter?
Not a great deal, but you really got to do better at following people if you want to not be seen.
If we were really trying to be stealthy in these alleyways, you wouldn't have seen us, but we were trying to go for a little bit more friendly approach and catch you all when you were leaving the Nightingale.
All right.
One last question before we head off. Was Amy the Skull with you? Yes or no?
Yeah, Amy the Skull's someone that we met the other day.
And what is your affiliation with Miss Skull?
Just a friend helping
name.
out. Just a friend helping out, doing some jobs. Like I said, we're new and need a bit of money to thrive around here, don't you? So picking up odd jobs.
That's fair. I think that's all the questions we have right now. However, if you and your comrades would like, you're not under arrest. We're here simply to get the scope of everything, and I can see that you and your allies are quite busy at the moment, but if you would like to stop by our office, here is the address for it, and she hands you a business card that says the Grey Stand Detective Agency. And maybe at some point you would like to speak about the events in Balmoral as well, while you're there.
Balmoral?
No.
Yeah, I haven't been there for a long time. What's happened down there?
Read the newspaper, sir.
Alright,
And-
yeah, I'll get hold of one. You ain't got one, have you?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you can pick up.
I'll go and pick one up.
Thank you very much. And you see her comrade, Detective Rajun. Thank you. And she says, be safe in the city. If you need any directions to anywhere in the city, feel free to let us know. We like to help people who's near. And if you're going to do more infestations, I recommend getting a contract with the Fanatics. Because clearing out infestations and the like is illegal in the city of Beaucaster. Good day.
Very expensive through the Fanatics, though, isn't it? I mean, you and I both know that they like to skim a bit off the top, so private jobs tend to bubble to the surface a little easier for people who are new.
That is true, but it depends on whether you want to end up in a cell or not.
All right.
You have a good day.
Point taken. Nice to meet you, Sierra.
Nice to meet you as well. Then you see them to nod you goodbye, and they will head off. Meanwhile, while that was happening, Darash, you head into Madame Poppy's Perfect Pages, and won't go into it too much since we're, but as you're heading in, there's a smell of potpourri, of like herbal incense everywhere. Usually in libraries and bookstores, you can smell the good smell of new books or something. Nope, not here. It is all drenched in the smell of perfumes, essentially. And you see there are a few people browsing the shelves, and you see this high elf, this kind of, the high elf. She has like blondish graying hair. This elven lady. She's going along. She has a little cart of books that she's pressing along. She's like middle aged or something. She's pushing along the books, putting them on. As she notices that you come on, she says, "Take that cloak off. It's filthy." Talking to you, Darash. You can hang it right over there. Let me take it from you.
He is such a mom. Like, yeah. He's such a mama's boy. He's 100% taken off.
That's so good. As soon as you take it off, she takes it, goes, by the gods, I haven't met a birdfolk in a very long time. You have such beautiful feathers.
Kind of like smirk, that little bitch fucking smirk, and be like, oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I grew myself.
Oh.
I hate him.
Well, let me see. We have books on grooming, but I'm sure we could find something to fit your needs for your feathers. Let me take you. And she will begin over to a section, like a self-help and how-to section, and she's like, there's like a book on like how to groom your beard, and she takes it, it's like, I'm sure this could be applicable to feathers, I'm sure. Take a little bit off the top and style it in a new way.
He'd be like, oh, that's... And he would be visibly like trying not to touch it. Like all that's running through his head is, this is the most flammable place in Beaucaster. Like he fumes with the books. He's like, I don't want to touch anything.
Yep.
And he'd be like, actually, I came in. Do you have any books of iPhone?
Let's see. What is your kind called again? Is it
Eric.
That's it. It's been a very long time. And she will go along, and you see that the books on these shelves aren't very much. It's a lot of very much. There's a lot of fiction in here, but there's nothing like lore heavy. It's more very much like it's Barnes and Noble. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And however, she will find a book, and painted on the inside cover of this orange book is an Aarakocra, essentially playing a lute, painted in this one. And she takes it, and it's basically a book detailing basically a story, non-fiction to fiction, a story of a band of Aarakocras traveling across the Cavamoy archipelago. None of your kind specifically, at least not from looking at it. And she says, fantastic read. You get to chapter 7 and you get a little bit of filthy in there, but you might want to skip over that one. I always fold the pages down and look over those. This shop is not like the Spotted Note. You do not go there. You come shop here. But, however, stories, chapter 3 and chapter 9 are my favorites. Those are just wonderful stories.
How much?
2 gold.
Hey, take out.
Books are a little expensive.
Hey, take out 2 gold. Happily.
Okay. Would you like to look for anything else in here?
No. They
Okay.
would. He won't because he's fucking dense as shit.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it.
As she rings you up, she actually flips to chapter 7, the naughty chapter, and she just pulls them out and will take them away and fold it up. I always hate getting copies of those. Always try to weed out those parts of these books.
Yeah, well, you have to.
I have to.
Make sure it's well suited. It's like, it's fine.
Yes, of course. She passes the book over to you.
And he
Yep.
asked her name. Say, oh, I'm Josh Carr.
I'm Poppy. You can call me Madam Poppy.
Dead chapters.
Fuck you, Trey. I don't know what that was.
Just came up with 2 random numbers he's gonna remember. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
like you were quizzing me on my improv. 3, 9, and 12. Let's do that.
No worries.
I was like, you slimy. Questioning, trying to quiz me on my made-up improv.
Oh, fuck.
You see, as you're here, though, she will constantly recommend, if someone will come in, as you're here, kind of waiting around over this time, people, as they come in, she will greet them the same way she greeted you. And she will always ask them a couple questions or find out something about them, and will immediately go seek out a book, whether their appearance or something about their personality. And a lot of it's kind of insulting. a man kind of walks in with a cane and coming in with a little pipe, and she immediately takes it out and puts it out and hands it back to him, and then goes over and gets a self-hygiene book, like brings it up to the counter for. She is very much that, like, you see one person comes in and browses for 5 minutes and then leaves, and then she gets pissed. Like she's like, maybe you could get a book on etiquette and manners, as they leave without buying any book. You see that, and she is constantly talking about a competitor, the Spotted Note, of hating that and hating Saradic, the man who runs it, in his naughty fiction bookstore. And yeah, she was talking about what seems to be a smut store that should not be in this good city, should not be in the Liberty District. It gives her store a bad name.
What is the shop I'm in?
The Spotted, Madame Poppy's Perfect Pages. And this is very much a bookstore rather than a library to purchase. But yeah, that is Madame Poppy. Anything else you'd like to do here? Or shall we?
Oh yeah,
skip
no,
on over?
yeah, he's gonna wait, like, fucking, like, hide in a corner and try to read and try to look nondescript.
Yeah, as you're flipping through, it is very much fantastical stories of. There's like based on a true story, but it's probably a little exemplified. It is a tale of a pirate crew of Aarakocra. That it was a pirate who collected other Aarakocras, and they all kind of became pirates. And it's a little close to home for you, because the specific pirate guild. I don't have the name off the top of my tongue, but they joined then, and it's about how they go and they kind of Robin Hood, and they steal from the Telemar crown and give to the city states, and it's stories of that. I don't, unfortunately. Yep. To be fair, a lot of these books don't even have names. They're just here. But this one I'm not sure. I can later. I can come up with a cool name for you later. Because this group is a real group that probably exists or existed, so they are out there somewhere.
I love it.
The book's named after them.
Yeah, I just always want to put it in my backpack, write the descriptions. So.
Gotcha. It's a Band of Feathers. That's what it's called. Band of Feathers. All right. Is that you for Madame Poppy's? Just reading in the corner? Okay. No worries. Shall we wait? Want to take a little break here, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to take a little snack break? Is everybody having fun?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think about the detectives?
They were cool. I really like them. I think that Penn. It was funny actually improvising how he engaged with them, because I think that typically he's rarely got stuff to hide or in trouble with people like that, but he does know how to keep his slate clean. But I think he's on the lookout for any allies he can get at the moment. So
that's true. Yeah. I was thinking
divulging some stuff had to be done.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I have their little notes over here. Yeah, I was like, I didn't expect the warehouse to get set on fire, but I'm like, they're going to take notice of that, like the city will. And originally the Harbingers were going to come looking, but for the Harbingers, it's not very much more investigation. It's more clean up, find the people. Right? Yeah. But I was like, oh yeah, I have a detective agency that I haven't read in so long. I made them up forever ago, and I've never done anything with them. I was like, this lets the detective, because I'm sure they're going to come out, because people saw you in the warehouse. So I was like, of course people are going to come looking. And she said, read the paper. And she knows about Balmoral somehow.
See, what was funny as well, when they said people saw you going into the warehouse, and sure, they did, but people would have, like, he knows damn well that people would have seen other things happening in that warehouse, and that they know about it, like, that it wasn't
They didn't see that warehouse. They
saw
saw
the one we ran through.
The one you ran through in the chase sequence. The workers saw you.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
When you were running through casting spells in the deception to throw them off. They don't know anything about what happened in the warehouse that burned down. The workers saw you. They put two and two together, like warehouse set on fire, a bunch of people with spells ran through running from something in this other warehouse. That's what they were asking about.
Hmm.
They don't have concrete proof it was you until now.
But they'd know that it was running away from. I'm just trying to figure out what Penn would presume that they knew.
Right. Yeah, I like them. They're interesting. And I haven't got to use them before.
Yeah, cool.
All right, little break time. Little break. If that sounds. Is it? Are you having fun, Nick?
Yeah.
You were away when I asked. Yep.
Yeah, I have enough.
I'm glad. I hope it's not too slow or anything. I hope it's good.
Y'all. It's too slow.
I'm having fun.
Hey,
Right.
this is the stuff I like. I like the slow paced.
And when we get back, we'll head into the Nightingale and see if Alvor's there.
I'm really looking forward to Mira being in the Nightingale on her own.
Yeah. Real
Before
quick,
everybody else gets in.
Yeah. Real quick before we break, what are your thoughts on Mira's stuff? We didn't get to chat about that.
Yeah, that's huge, man. And Mira's a baddie.
I knew because the dream was going to happen because I was going to give her the dream privately, but I was like, hey, do you want to like play it out for everybody? And I only gave you little points, and we just played out the memory. I didn't expect you to go ham too much on Amy in the present, as your older self kind of lingered with your current self. That was, and Amy.
I love that
rolled
you had
terribly.
agency in your dream. Like you had control of yourself in the dream. Like that was really cleverly done.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a full-on memory, so that's actually happened. That is canon of that has happened before Mira died at some point.
Old angry Mira.
Yep. Break time.
See you in a bit.
See you in a minute.
How are you liking?
Me? I'm liking it. I'm having fun. I like the tenseness and the wondering where to go. Time is flying though somehow.
No,
That's how I always get. I'm like, we have 2 hours left. And I'm like, well, we've only gone from here to here. We get wrapped into it. But I'm having a lot of fun though.
Hell yeah.
Are you?
Oh yeah. No, this is the shit I love.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing where you all are gonna go. And what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I literally your world is so beautiful that I literally could
My heart.
play a mundane character that never saw combat, and all it
No.
would be is walking around Beaucaster, and I'd be like, "This is a perfect game."
Is the setting okay? I always worry that
Love it.
like Beaucaster in particular is just not interesting enough.
I can't tell you how many places I because I don't take notes, but I've been beginning to put goals for Darash, just because if Zake comes back and I prefer playing Zake, I want him to have avenues. So
Yeah.
I'm having a to-do list and just keeps getting bigger because I keep seeing something else and I'm like, fuck, that's cool. Hold on.
I'm glad. That's one thing I really worry about is I don't think my world building's good enough
Oh
or
god.
interesting enough.
Amazing.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. I like Beaucaster a lot. It's one of my favorite places just because it's, I don't know, I like all the shops and all the people in it and all organizations out the ass in Beaucaster. Like, we've only been here like a few sessions, and how many organizations have we heard of? Both criminal and non-criminal?
I will fully admit that when you said city, I'm like, I feel like it's gonna get old, but I'm like, because it's still my thing to go back to the potion person, which I'm not gonna be able to do for fucking sessions upon sessions. It's still awesome.
I'm glad. I've always wanted to do a city story at least, but the thing about this one in particular is we won't always be in Beaucaster. I can say that as well. I feel like Beaucaster will be like a hub to the story. However, this could go anywhere as well, because the original idea was a city campaign of only 10 sessions, and that was it. But now we're kind of in here for the long run, so it's not just a city campaign anymore. It could go anywhere. It just happens to be that Beaucaster's our main central force at the moment.
Love it.
I've been wanting to run something in Beaucaster for so long. What do you think of the detectives?
I love them.
Greystan Detective Agency. They spotted you guys. Fun fact is I rolled for it. I rolled a 12, and they would only spot you. Because they could only see you in a public spot, which I didn't think you guys would even go in today, but you did. I thought you guys would be hugging the back streets. I'm like, Detective Agency's probably not going to be able to find them. They're looking for you all, but they won't be able to find you. And so I increased it. I was like, okay, they're going to the public spot. If I roll a 1 or a 2, they will find you. And I rolled a 1 on a C12.
Nice.
So they were able to find you, and with Penn's natural 20 perception, saw Agent Batoris coming along.
I love it. I love it. Oh.
I'm glad. And when Manners gets back, we'll pop into the Nightingale.
I was about to say, is the internet just gone?
Well, she said she would be on her phone if she... Because she should be back from work by now, I would imagine. Because even when we had to wait, even when she was extended for the long time, she came back at around 6. Or 5:30, yeah. So I don't know where the hell she is. She's not active. So I guess her internet's shit. I just figured she'd hop on the phone. But maybe she couldn't even get that going. I don't know. But we continue on. What I'm interested to see, I don't know if you'll do it. It's just me curious, is because there are so many factions in Beaucaster, because it's a city, it's almost the hub of Vashal, is who you all work with, who you dislike, or who you might even join as well at some point. Because already the ones you know, Ferric Emissary, the Couriers Guild, the Detective Agency, the Harbingers. Some of these aren't just Beaucaster. Some of them are elsewhere, but at least some of them, there's a section here. You've got criminal places, you got the Rifts, the Vitriol. Those are the central force right now of the story of who they are. Spectre's Defiance. You just heard she just name dropped the Fell Shapers, thinking that Penn could have been a Fell Shapers. You don't know who that is, though?
I was gonna ask.
Rosh would know. Go ahead.
Outside the bookstore, like, does he see a harbinger at all?
Make perception check.
I might get thrown in jail in a moment. 13.
13. It'll be a minute, but since you're waiting here for multiple times, you'll see a few bows go around, the city guard go along, but at one point you will see a harbinger strolling along. It's the Liberty District. This is where they hang out the most. You will be able to find one.
So you would throw on his cloak, like wave his thank you, and begin to casually walk, but attempt to get beside him.
Okay.
For them.
Yeah. Should we do this now, or should we wait on manners?
Up to you.
What are you planning on doing?
I get thrown in jail. He's gonna
maybe we wait on manners, just in case it's something big. If it's something a little tiny, we would just do it. But if it's doing that, we'll do that in a second for sure. That's fun. Howdy.
Hi.
You ready to rock and roll?
Yep.
All right. So before we get to the Nightingale, because we're still on, Darash thought of something else on Darash's. You're sitting there looking, and you're keeping an eye out for a harbinger, and eventually in this time of them being gone, this 10, 15-minute window, you see a harbinger walk on the busy street, walking along, sword sheath, shield on the back, sweating. You see it is a gentleman. He has kind of darker skin and a long scar going into his lip, and his lip is kind of bubbled up from the permanent scar. He's just going along, sweating in the heat. The rain is currently stopped, but the clouds are going over. It's like sunny cloudy. It's like overcast, but it's gonna rain. It's not a huge storm. It's a hot rain. It's a humid rain. So like people are wet, and when they're not, it's sweat and rain combined. And you see this guy is just going along, whatever he's doing. You see him out the window. And you head out to him.
I was
with the
about to say,
tarp on.
grab the cloak. I don't put it over my head.
Okay.
I'm not trying to approach him all fucking cloaked and shit. Like, it's down, he can see me.
Don't let that book get in the rain, dear.
Put it in his satchel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he'd go up and walk beside him, and he would try to be casual, but you can't casually walk up to one of them and make it seem casual. So,
Yeah. Are you talking to him or just walking beside him?
oh yeah, he's about to start engaging.
Okay.
He'd probably say, been a rough day in the city.
He kind of slows his walk and realizing that you're talking to him, but he still keeps walking. It's been wet and humid. I'm about to finish my shift. Do you need anything?
He goes, yeah, I'm gonna ask a question that's gonna perk you. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't ring a bell. But if it does, it's gonna probably get me in a bit of trouble. If you question.
Stop.
Yeah,
Turn towards you.
He's like, yep, I expected.
This man, this man is a man who, he's hot, he's sweaty, he's had a long shift. He's ready to go home. He's on his last couple of hours, and you've brought him with this, an interesting person in a cloak, asking him that. He's like, oh dear gods, basically. What most of his stuff is probably getting cats out of trees or dealing with stupid shit. That probably in his mind, if he had an inner monologue, it's why can't the bows do this? Why call a harbinger for this shit? And he has that same thought with you right now of why can't you call city guard? He looks at you and says,
Did Trill ring a bell?
Okay.
God damn it! Milky's like, I am done with this character.
No, it does not.
Insight.
Roll an insight check.
Brilliant.
As he says, he says,
It's 9.
the vitriol, be more specific, what are you talking about? Is this a group of individuals, a person?
He goes, oh well, and he goes into like Deadpool fucking long ass story about, well, no, I was out in like the wastes, and like there was these little what are they called? Little rat goblins. Whatever they're called. And I was sitting there and I was helping someone like kind of like get them out of an area, and it just kind of ended weird, and like they were screaming that name, and I don't know if it was nonsense or if like I should know the name, because like I've heard like like scary like rifts and stuff, and I was like, oh shit, like should I now be like worried about this or?
Okay, I love it. Just roll a deception check on top of that. So this insight check is for this general conversation. We'll see.
23.
Woo! Nice. He's listening. In terms of the insight, he at first he says, be more specific. When you said the name, he didn't like twinge in recognition. He's really hard to read right now, or he generally doesn't know. You're not sure. And then after you finish this long-winded story, the only thing he says, he thinks for a solid 10 seconds. What you were doing, were you contracted with something legal, or was this independent?
He'd say, oh yeah, no, he's like, I wasn't killing him or anything. It wasn't like what the fuck is their name? Like the big hunt. What's all the monster?
The Venetics, yes.
That one. He's like, no,
you're not
he's like, I wasn't killing anything, or we were literally just trying to scoot them out of the property. We weren't hurting them or anything. And he would like motion to him, and he'd be like, I barely want to do this, and he points to the staff.
I believe you. You seem like someone who would not hurt. What you were fighting? Rat goblins?
Rat goblins. They look like goblin size, but they look bigger to me than you.
Were they rats or goblins, or were they goblin-like rats, or were they rat-like goblins, or were they a mix of both?
Think of like a goblin, but like a rat face. He's all animated and shit. He's selling this shit.
Dear Sahani and I have not heard of such rat goblins before. That's just quite scary. But you didn't hurt any. But did you successfully? Who was yelling the vitri? Who was yelling that?
He's like the little things, like the little like.
They were yelling.
Rat goblins, yeah. They're like the vitriol's gonna come after you, and I'm like, is that like your meal? Like I don't know what the fuck that.
No, but I can make a report. I have no recognition, and is everyone safe in this situation, or do we need to look into this?
Yeah, he's like they left. They like has been a few days. Like my friends, calling me and whatnot. Not calling. Lettering, pigeoning. He's been pigeoning. Telegramming me.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Yeah.
And he's like, it seems like it's okay. I didn't know if like that would ring a bell or no. I'll ask them if they want to make a report and whatnot. I just was really first time I heard it, wanted to ask someone that is knowledgeable.
Would you take a breathalyzer test for? I'm just kidding.
Slowly hiding the wine bottles in his bag.
Yeah. Well, all of this is quite frightening and it is very disturbing. If everyone's safe, if you would talk to your friends, maybe make a report. Nothing rings a bell. I have yet to hear of any vitriol or rat goblins reports. All of this is very new to me.
He's like, yeah, like I'll ask him, see if it's an issue or not. He's like, thank you so much, and have a good end of your shift.
I won't, but I hope you have a good end of your day, because it is wet and humid. And let me know if you need anything. Actually, call a bow. Find a bow. I'm about to get off shift, but sorry I could not help you any further. All of this is very interesting. Rat goblins. In the city, by the way?
No, this is outskirts. Yeah, no.
Good heavens, I do not need... I already have rats in my flat. I do not need rat goblins.
He'd just be like, oh, have a good day. Yeah, he'd be totally cordial. Throw up his head.
That guy was very hard to read, but as it progressed, even with that 9 insight, it was of... Is he lying to... This guy knows shit. This guy's knows nothing. He's just a guy. Unfortunately. Sorry, didn't get anything.
No, I love it. No, because it makes Dash go, cool, not them, and move on.
Yeah. Alright, you want to do anything else? I could have gone a whole different way, depending on...
Like, I'm gonna go to jail. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I would be questioned all fucking day.
Yeah. Alright. Mira. As you are heading in to the Nightingale, you pull up on... Basically, you pull outside of this tall building. It's 2 stories, but it looks almost 3. But because you see on the top, almost domed, this not quite domed. It's kind of jagged, but it's essentially a dome piece ceiling on top of the center of it, in the middle of its roof, and it is beautiful stained glass of red, pinks, and blues, and purples in there. And the windows themselves, on the tall windows on either side of the door, going way upwards, they are of the same stone glass, not of any particular imagery, but of color. You can't see through them because curtains are drawn, but the stained glass is pretty nonetheless, essentially. And you hear... Actually, you wouldn't hear any music right now, it's the middle of the day. But there's 2 double doors here, and a large sign above it, hanging down from a metal chain off the kind of maroon slanted tiles on the roof, on the shingles, basically says, The Nightingale. A place to stay and thrive.
Have I heard in character that this is...
I don't think so.
I don't think I have.
Have you? Do you know that this is...
I don't think I have.
Darash for sure knows. I don't think Trey shared it. That's... Okay. It seems to fit the bill of a hotel. From the outside, it seems, and from knowing what Dalvor's saying here, it's either a hotel or a tavern. Mm-hmm. Maybe a hotel because it's not quite tavern-like from the outside appearance. But there's 2 nice stone steps leading up to it and these 2 large doors.
I'm gonna admire the glass work as I go.
There's flower bushes on either side. It's a very nice place.
I'm gonna go on in.
You open the doors and you come in to find it is afternoon, like 4 or whatever, because you slept in and it took a while to get here and you've been taking your time or whatever. So you've come down here alone and you head into the doors and you find a lovely establishment. Straight across from you on the back wall, kind of on a lifted stage, is a bar with stools there, only a few. There's colors of accents of maroons and violets everywhere. On the left and right side, there is about 3 cubbies, something that you'd find at kind of like at a nightclub or a strip club, the little cubbies, of where curtains can be pulled, of having tables where if you want a private drinking experience, you can pull curtains. All of them are pretty much open at the moment. It's not quite late enough to have any of this, but there are people wandering around less clothed than your average hotel or tavern. No one's full on nude. It's not late time at the moment, but there are people wearing extravagant lacy clothes or transparent cloths, essentially, and all kinds of people roam around here, talking. It's a hangout spot, and it seems like a hotel. You see above you, there's a balcony. There's a spiral staircase on either side that lead up to this balcony. On this balcony, on the wall, are a whole bunch of doors, essentially. Let me real quick. Whoops, computer. Let me real quick make sure I don't have any. Yes. You see, currently behind the bar as well, you see an old woman. A human woman. A large bun with gray hair. She has a pink and red dress that has like a trail, basically. She's like leaning against it. She kind of has jaundiced skin, and she's there, and she's smoking like a cigarette, basically. And you see behind her, there's lots of bottles and little lights, basically dotting the walls behind the bar. But behind her is a painting of a human woman with brown hair, full on nude behind the counter, like Western style, painting of a nude person, like behind the bar. You see that just directly there, and something cues in your mind of why would they have that in a hotel like this? And the place smells of candles and no food. So something tells you this isn't your tavern because there's no food cooking.
So as I walk in, I'm just gonna kind of be like, oh, these are nice lights. Oh, these people are dressed interesting. And then as soon as I see the entrance and the painting above the bar, I'm gonna be like, oh, good heavens.
You see, there is a gentleman, completely shirtless, basically. He has like a satchel, and he is like crossing from one space to another, about to head up the stairs. He passes you, and he says, "You okay? You all right?"
Oh no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Are you lost? We get a lot of calls.
No, I need a room.
You need a room? Speak to
I need 2. Yeah.
Speak to 2 rooms or 2 people?
No, 2 rooms. No people.
Anita will sort you out. She's lovely. Compliment her dress if you would like to butter her up a little bit. Compliment.
Okay. Thank you. Naked man. Alright, goodbye.
I'm not naked. He's only shirtless. He continues up the stairs. And you see, for a brothel, this place is very nice. It seems like a fancy hotel. Like, you've seen hotels of lower quality of this place. You know, because brothels have a stigma, like, basically, of being run down or in a red light district. But this place fights against the stereotype. You head up to the bar with Enid, and she's there smoking her cigarette, leaning on, and she goes, "Huh?
Your dress is gorgeous. I need 2 rooms.
Did he tell you to say that to me?"
The naked man, yeah.
"You're not getting a discount. I've given away too many discounts in order to get this. You need how many rooms?"
A 2.
Just tobacco smell is flooding your way. 2 rooms? Alright. That would be 5 silver pieces per room per night. Would you like to get them in advance or just for tonight? What would you like? She blows a big puff of purple smoke in your way, and she's leaning on the bar.
How much would it be for 2 rooms for a week?
For a week? I don't know, get your calculator out and do some math, because... So that's
writing down on parchment with like
that's 5, so 10 silver a night, that's times 10, that's 100 silver divided by 10. 10 gold for a week.
10 gold for a week? For 2 rooms?
2 rooms. She says, "Alright, 10 gold for that, and you'd get rooms 4 and 6.
I'm gonna give her 15 gold.
Well, thank you. I can't go and suit your needs, but if you take this 5 gold extra and you find one of them out there, I'm sure they could help you."
I'm alright.
I'm not in that business anymore, and she looks back at the painting and
keep it. Oh, that's you?
That's me! It's been several years. She coughs on the tobacco a little bit. I did look lovely, didn't I? It's been a long time. Do I not look lovely anymore?
No, you look lovely now, too. I'm just saying it's
roll a persuasion check.
Lovely. It's
This is everything I wanted it to be.
I got a 5.
So's that.
She puts out her cigarette on the bar, making another 100 cigarette stain here. It's fine. Enjoy your stay. Everyone's
come up to my room if you want.
I'm not in that business anymore, young lady.
Okay.
I told you.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Stop being filthy in my establishment.
I'm sorry.
If you want someone, you talk to one of these beautiful people out here, and you ask them their wages. This 5 gold isn't going to get anything from me. However, if you need a drink, you come down here.
It was just extra for having such a nice establishment.
Oh, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
welcome.
I didn't know it was a regular tip. I'm sorry. There's miscommunication.
It's a regular one.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's at this point where she's handing you the keys. You hear the door open, and on the balcony, you hear a voice just say, "Enid, can I please have another drink ordered up here?" And you look up to see a shirtless Alvor Palebrook leaning against the edge, calling down and shouting to Enid. And he spots you, and he goes,
Hi.
"Enid, make it 3, please." And she will give you basically 3 mugs, and he will toss down the gold. "Come on up."
I'm taking them. Okay. I'm gonna start walking.
As you get up the spiral staircase, you approach him on the balcony. He's kind of leaned against it. He's sweaty, and he's shirtless, and make an insight check. His door is open currently to his room. He has number 5.
Of course he does.
That's 21.
21? As soon as you get up there holding these drinks, and he's leaning, he starts to say, "Hey, where's the rest of your little troop, mushroom people?" You see that he is drunk. Quite drunk at the moment, as he is sleepy, drunk, and has been busy. And you bring up the drinks, and he grabs 2 of them.
Are you sure you should have these?
Yes. It's a brothel.
I'm just worried about your health.
He clings both glasses to yours, and some of it spills. And he just takes a sip out of each, and then sits them on the railing and leans against it. Where's the rest of you mushroom people? Have you finally come to see me? Are you looking for work? Are you looking for something else? I'm a little occupied here. What could you possibly need from me today?
Information?
Okay, Mary, let's talk information.
Mary? That's not my name.
Yes. And are you adding it? Okay. To keep track of where you are going, Pin, where will you be going after your talk with detectives?
Probably on my way in there, around about now.
Are you going to get Darash, or?
No, because Pen and Mira were going into the Nightingale before he would go back and get Darash. So
it'd be about this time that you enter, and you see up on the left side of the balcony, you see 2 drinks, one's about to fall off the edge, and you see Alvor leaning against the rail talking to Mira, who's holding a mug with both hands.
He'd go to the bar, he'd go, "Alright, my lovely, can I have a drink of whatever they're drinking? In fact, can I have 2?
You sure can, and that'll be 6 copper a mug."
He'll hand a silver.
Well, I appreciate it, but I don't offer those services here anymore.
He'll hand 2 silvers. That's alright, keep it.
Thank you. She takes it.
How are you, Alvor?
He looks down. There's the other fun guy. Where's the other ones? Did you lose?
Fun guy, I get it.
Oh, I get it too now. He leans forward. Where's Darash and where's the other one? Don't tell me you got them killed too.
Nah,
you
they're
look dead serious. Good. I'm good, he calls down. Come on up if you like. I have a room. We can talk about whatever you'd like.
Okay.
Pen would be
I'm going to start walking into his room.
Yeah, Pen would hear him say that in reference to Zake. Would have clocked that it's a brothel immediately as well, so it isn't uncomfortable or anything. And he'll down one and slam it on the bar, and down another one, slam it on the bar, whilst looking at Alvor, and then he'll turn around and walk out straight away to go and get Dash and Crianza.
You're heading that way. You head into the room, and as you're opening the door, you come and bump into a shirtless gentleman, and right behind him is another figure, basically wearing like a lacy kind of red outfit.
I'm gonna scream.
There's people in there. And they just go, excuse me, as they pass. Both people pass past you, and he says, "I told you I was having occupied business. Come on in. I'll change the sheets." As he goes in, and while they're gone, do we need to wait on them, or shall we begin talking? Is this a group meeting?
Well, kind of. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, I'll change the sheet.
I'm just gonna stand. If there's a chair in the corner of the room, I'm gonna stand.
There's like a purple cushion chair.
I'm gonna stand on it.
You just stand on it? Yeah, you're just standing. As he's changing the sheets and whatnot and clearing his belongings and carefully with your passive perception. 15? 14. You notice he takes some items and discreetly drops them behind essentially the dresser, knowing that people are coming into his room that he may have suspicions of stealing. Who knows? So he is hiding things deliberately as he's cleaning up. Pen, you go and get Darash and Crianza and come back to the Nightingale. And you come up to find Alvor has finishing tucking sheets underneath the maroon sheets underneath the bed. And as soon as you all come in, he says, "Oh hells, here we go." And he just sits down on the bed, flops down on his back. This man is tired and not wanting to do anything. He sits back up, pulls his head up and sits back up. He kind of cushions pillows behind him on the headboard and leans and kind of rests against the headboard of his bed and just puts his feet up and just leans back with one of the mugs.
Penn's bought a couple of bottles of that on their way up.
You bought more? You bought more stuff? Yeah, that's fair. Make it 2 more silver. I suppose you haven't come to wish me a happy day or bring me a gift or anything? I'm assuming you need something. Hello, Darash. It's good to see you, my friend.
A gift. And he'd take out 1 of 9 bottles. And had it.
What is this? He takes it gently.
I have no idea, which makes it more interesting.
I can't read it. This is not a language I understand, and I know quite a few languages. Shall I try it now, or is it best to be aged? Does it need a few more years?
Oh, it does not need it.
Okay. You see him reach behind the mattress, pull out a dagger, and just slice it off.
I'm gonna pull out Jeremy.
Who the fuck is Jeremy?
The eye tendon in the jar.
Oh no!
Oh, God.
You pull it out?
Do you want this as a gift?
Do you think I want that? By all means, I think you should probably keep it. I think that's wise. He just looks at you, Darash, like, these people. Like, he's basically looking at you of, huh? How did you fare with them for, like, a few days so far?
Oh no, he'd give him a... like, just to look at you.
You see him pour the wine into his, like, he has like a third of the ale left from downstairs. He just pours it on top of it, and he takes the end of his dagger and turns it in, just swishes it around, and takes a sip. That is disgusting. Sets it down.
Are there doors adjoining any of the rooms? Because he's 5 and we've got 4 and 6, right?
Yeah, there's no rooms leading. It's complete privacy. That is. They're next door. Oh wait, did I give you guys neighboring?
You gave us the rooms either side of his room.
I just said numbers off the top. That's such a happy coincidence. No doors lead into the rooms. You'd have to go out to the balcony.
Out and round it in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He just kind of leans back, puts an arm behind his head. Who's gonna go first? Bless you.
He's laughing and go, so you don't know the name.
Make sure that door's closed. And make sure it's locked.
Thaumaturgy.
And the lock just clicks in. Who are you trying to find out? Who are these people and why?
We've pissed them off.
Penn's opening one of the bottles and very pointedly leaving this to Dash to work through with Alvor because he wants to watch it rather than be involved in it.
Yep. Of course you have. You've been in the city, 2 full days now? 3? And you've already pissed off someone?
Yeah, someone powerful.
How pissed off are we talking? Did you steal something from them? Did you?
We killed their leader. A leader?
Yeah, we definitely killed someone.
Is a high up.
Do they deserve it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, from our standpoint, yes. Thousands of golden debt. Type bad.
Yeah.
Ask a very important question. A very important. How did you get to the Nightingale? And what went through your heads when you thought you could come here in broad daylight if people are after your asses?
Because if we came in during the night, they'll all be dead.
How big are these people? How big are they? Are they well organized? How much do you know before?
Well, there's at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. They're pretty well organized.
They know you're here. Certainly. Nay. Do they know of me?
I don't know.
Okay. I will tell you right off the bat that I have no idea who these people are, but I can tell you that I have dealt with plenty of them. Plenty of copycats of the same type of people. People who think they can push drugs to the city, get shit done, and they always end up in the Harbinger's prison or they fizzle out in 2 months.
How many of them can sprout fiery, hellbound with their back?
He flicks over towards you, like his eyes. That changes things. He gets up, his back cracks. you see.
I thought you were going, his back cracks and these fiery wings.
No.
I thought...
No, he simply just cracks his back. Hello, new hairdo.
New hairdo.
How's it going? Internet still out?
I need to turn taxes down. Hold on.
No worries. Taxes is big on phone. It's hard.
Fucking huge. Okay. Fuck. Bye.
Welcome. Nice hair.
Thanks. It's a whole deal.
Oh, I like it.
Looks great.
Badass.
I still have no internet, so.
Yeah, that sucks. Oh man.
Guess where you are right now.
Yeah.
You're in sort of standby mode, standing in the corner of Alvor's room at the Nightingale brothel.
He just got laid by 2 people, and that you all are going in and questioning him now. So
did I see it?
You didn't see it happen. shall I give you the? Yeah. Shall I give you the? Yeah. I'll give you the TLDR basically of what Crianza would know.
Right.
So we had you because a big kind of thing. You know how Mira's dream happened? We played that out. No one saw that, of course, in game, but we played that out. You have it on the VOD. But when she snapped back, basically she was kind of her old self before she died, and she threatened the fuck out of Amy the Skull and somehow won. And that was big.
Oh.
But for that, Crianza wasn't there for that. Just because of that, and we weren't sure where to place you, we said Crianza was outside keeping watch, outside of the cellar. Like on the roof or something. Just to make sense. For what Crianza has known, is they talked about where to go. They came out and said, we're going to Alvor. Amy split up to go get... she's gone to go get healed and to go find out what she can. You all have been making your way to Alvor, to the Nightingale, the brothel. On that way... I think that's about it of what Crianza and what... Because the Rosh, you basically went into a... Everybody kind of split up. Mira went to the Nightingale first. Penn was kind of looking around for people following. You don't really know that. And you and Darash were waiting in a bookstore for a little while. Basically, to make sure you're not followed. You were all splitting up. But now everybody has reconvened at the Nightingale, which is a very fancy brothel of burgundies and maroons and violets and blues. Very well kept. You all have purchased a week's worth of rooms in 4 and 6. Alvor has room number 5, so he's right in the middle of you all. He has just finished getting business. He's shirtless. He's invited you to his room, changed his sheets, and he is like, what the hell's happening? And you've just asked... Huh?
And we're all getting boozed as well.
Yeah. Darash has asked him. Yeah. Darash has asked him about the vitriol and what he knows. He says he knows nothing. And basically that is where we are. So Crianza hasn't missed too much, because it's been a little bit split up.
Oh, and Crianza also watched Dash have a conversation with a Harbinger and miraculously get away with it. And here you are.
Yeah, you weren't sure what was said there.
It was so bad.
Yeah, it was the dumbest chat ever, and it's miraculous that the 2 of you, to be fair, aren't in a prison cell.
Yeah. The goblin is no longer with you. They left him to be a good boy in the basement with the other 2 goblins. So they're left in the basement right now. So that's pretty much all you need to know. Nothing too much.
That's gonna go well.
Yeah. So we come up. Didn't miss much of this conversation. He says he doesn't know. He gets up. So the last thing Darash said was, because he said, "Oh, these are another group. They're like any other group. I've dealt with criminal groups forever." And then Darash says, "Do any of them sprout fiery wings out of their back?" And that's when he just like looks at you seriously. He gets up, cracks his back, gets off the bed. You notice that he is quite drunk. He's tired. And he comes over. He ignores what you've said for a moment. He opens the dresser drawer, pulls out a wad of paper, a stack of a few papers folded, and shoves it into you, Darash, to take. And he sits back on the bed.
We take them and hand them immediately to Mira. It's like, I'm not going to read these nearly as thoroughly.
I'm going to start reading them.
You see on the headline, he sits down, takes the mug. As he sits down hard, he sloshes some of the ale and wine onto the bed, onto himself. He flicks it off of his chest and the water. And you see on the headline, Mira, as you read, it's a newspaper. You see, this is the Beaucaster newspaper called The Trek. That comes out every few days. And the headline reads, or one of the headlines, he's flipped to an inner article in The Trek. And one article title says, Mage goes rogue, residents turn to stone in Balmoral. Do you skim through it?
Yeah.
You read through it, and the article details the events of Balmoral, stating that a former Tavalis mage and stone carver, Marcella Uroth, began magically petrifying residents of the town in an unhinged fury. A group of people, essentially, no name, tied, just people somewhat fitting your descriptions, not quite accurately, but just a group of individuals has come and rescued the day, has defeated this mad mage, and has cured the petrification of Balmoral with the help of Illican Kraylin under his guidance. And that's what you read. You read
no
it. He sees the
marauders.
yeah, no mushroom marauders. No name to you, just Illican Kraylin, essentially. As soon as you read it, and he notices that you read it, Alvor says, They've definitely framed her. It's happened like I thought they would. Marcella Uroth, the big bad of Balmoral. Mage and politician from Tavalis. Evil and unhinged.
Urash would try to look empathetic, but be just as fucking lost because he has no idea what the fuck is being said.
Pens
You
down half
were
of
pulled
you.
in on all of it.
Oh yeah, no, like he knows that like Marcella, and he knows that Pen took off her head, and he knows all that shit. He just wasn't there for it, so he's like,
yeah,
that happened. Like,
yep. There's no other way. She is gone, and her memory will forever be tainted by the Mad Mage of Balmoral. Isn't that great? As he takes a big drink and sets it on he puts his hand down and sloshes more ale and wine into the bed. Nothing.
I'm sorry.
We didn't say anything about Marcella.
Did you not? Did you not talk to Kraylin right before we left that morning? What did you tell her?
Said that there were rogue agents out in the woods. He never uttered Marcella's name.
It's printed right there for all of Beaucaster to see. And Pengelly, you realize that this is what the detectives that talked to you were referencing, is read the newspaper. And the detectives know that this seems to be your group. That's one other thing. Kranza doesn't know this, but detectives were following you all, and Penn saw it and talked to them. They basically asked, this is out of character knowledge, but basically, because Kranza didn't know, but they said, where were you? There was a warehouse, and workers were working in a warehouse and saw a bunch of people storm through, running away from something. Yeah. And they also said, we need to talk about Balmoral at some point. And Alvor just says, oh, whatever you told him, it's here, and the story has been manufactured.
Well, it wasn't like Kraylin didn't know who Marcella was. And like we said, we're sorry that it ended up like that. But you know as well as we do, we just fought what was in front of us.
Let me ask you one question, Pin. To settle my heart at night. He looks dead serious now. Was there any other way, Pin?
There could have been. There absolutely could have been. But that's the way that it happened. Zate was dead. Kranza was down. Mira was the other side of the room to me. And the thing that had just killed our friend and kicked our ass for the last 10 minutes landed next to me, and I took its head off. There could have been a way to save her, but just as likely, there could have been a way that whatever had possessed Marcella got up and started hacking away at me, and none of us got out. So I'm not going to bullshit you, pal, but that was the action: swing, defend, try and save Zake and Kranza.
pride that he was so transparent.
He takes his mug, passes it to their hand, plants it down on the nightstand. See his fingers kind of grip the sheets. He nods. Okay. That's all I needed. Alright. You almost see the vague, almost he's trying to hide it, watery eyes for a moment. He moves away. You see he very much appreciates the honesty, the full disclosure now. And he moves on. Fiery wings coming from their back. He sits up on the edge of the bed now. That's not normal. That could be mages. It could be a mage. Crime syndicate. It could be anybody. Are you sure they were criminals, or are they officials, or are they?
But basically, we were in there with the skull, clearing it out, because the skull was arguing over whose bloody warehouse it was. Got rid of the goblins. This big bastard came in. Wings, fire. We kicked his ass. We got out, and then probably a dozen people up on rooftops. They knew what they were doing. They were well coordinated. One of them was Elven. I spotted him, fired a crossbow at me, and then we fucking scarpered and got away from him. Only just, though. They were good. They knew exactly what they were about.
Interesting. I know nothing of them. You've killed one of them. Someone important. Do they know your names? Do they know who any of you are? Any of you?
They don't.
They know everything.
Yeah. Maybe not names, but they know us. They know the skull. They probably know Dash.
Okay. That's a problem. You've led them here. You had nowhere else to go. I thank you for and trusting me with this. Unfortunately, you are shit out of luck, and I have no idea of who these people are. However, I will go find out. Right now. I'll be back in 4 hours, 5 hours tops. You be here at the Nightingale, and I will come back with any information I have for you.
Owl.
Yes.
Do you know the Grey Stand detectives?
Yes, I do. Grey Stand.
They know that we're staying here. They know nothing about you. But they know that we're staying here. And I actually walked up to them and said hello because they were tracking us for fucking ages. So rather than piddle about, I actually went and faced up to them. And they're interested. They're looking into this thing as well.
I have worked with the Grey Stand before. They're an interesting piece of the pie. They do not fit quite in with the law, but they're not out of it either. They are morally good.
They seemed like pragmatic folks.
They're well put together and they're quite helpful. They seem to be, while I hate anyone associated with a badge with the law, Grey Stand has never given me trouble. They've come poking around before, of course. Whenever I've been in Beaucaster, or the people I know in Beaucaster, they come poking around. But they're not like harbingers of the bows. They want to go the least resistant way. They're helpful. I have squeezed information out of them before, too.
I was mostly upfront with them. And they seemed alright. There was no aggression there.
Use them. Talk to them more, if you would like. I would talk to them more, and use them as I have. Share information, and they might share more with you. They're not under city protection. They can share any information they would like. And sometimes, pick the right person and pick the right things to say, and they will. Trade. They want to take down the greater evils. If you all haven't given them trouble, and you lead them to someone else, they will work with you. That's why they're good. So I would use them as an asset, but be careful. You can still end up in the Harbinger prison.
Noted.
Interesting. I'll keep an eye out for them as well. If I see any of them poking around here, I will let you know.
How many of them are there? I only met Sierra and Glenn.
I don't know anybody. Sierra. that rings a name. Batoris? Is that her name? It's been a long time since I've spoken.
Yeah,
I haven't spoken to her directly,
like
but I've spoken to another one. I haven't worked with them that closely. There's not many. A dozen? Less? They're not a large group, but they are well put together. And yes. People I know have worked for them before. They also sometimes work with individuals temporarily. Well, if you'll be excusing me, I will go out. No, this isn't free. We all know that, right? We are all aware that if me going out and getting information is not free. Yes, good. 4 hours, 5 hours tops. Right here in the Nightingale. Be here or you don't get it. And I will consider the day wasted when I could be in here exercising. Now, before I go, I will have to use 1.5 hours of that with my own business. So you're lucky I'm tacking that onto my day. He begins to pull over a tunic, and he's buttoning it up as he speaks. Is there anything else you would like? Can I get you a sticky bun or a cup of tea while I'm gone?
Good. Perfect.
Okay, it is a pleasure working with you all, you mushroom freaks. You need a better name.
It's not our name.
That was good. That's good to hear. Have you got one? Me nudging you all. Me putting pressure on you is so funny. That's fine.
No, I don't.
You can think on that. I wouldn't tell this vitriol that name. Or if you want to fight more of them, flaunt it. I'll be heading out. 4 hours, 5 hours tops. And you see him before he goes, he gets into a drawer. He pulls out a little gold emblem, essentially, and he puts it on his collar. It's a very small emblem. And what you would see is it's a symbol. It is a badge, essentially, of some sort, and it essentially is it's a small golden pin of a sun, a very basic sun with rays resting on a horizon. That's what you see. And if natives of the Republic would like to roll me a history check, if you would like to know what that is, that would be Mira and Pengelly, as he pins this to his collar. History. Yeah.
21.
21.
21.
Would you like to roll Pengelly?
12.
12? Pengelly, you're unfamiliar. You've never seen this. Mira. You don't know much. It's hard to keep your old memories and try to drive out. You're not sure what you actually know, what you don't, but something pings to you of Sons of Set comes into your mind when you see this. The Sons of Set. Some type of group. He pins it. Alright, business meeting, and then snooping around. Maybe one in the both. Maybe I'll get something out of him. Alright. He fastens the rest of the buttons. Get out of my room.
See, as we're starting to leave, and like walking out the door, I want to turn and look towards Alvor when everybody else is kind of filtering out, and I'm just gonna be like, do you know what an archivist is?
An archivist? In general, it is a person who oversees a library, a collection of documents.
Okay, well, thank you.
It's a general thing.
Oh, yeah, okay. I
Are you
just heard
looking
that
for more
somewhere.
something specific, or are you using me as a dictionary?
I guess as a
If you-
dictionary.
If you put a capital THE, it could be a... I don't know of the archivist, unfortunately.
Just an archivist.
Yeah, it would be of an overseer of a library. The Liberty
Okay.
Library has some.
Oh, thank you.
And he goes out. He stumbles a little bit when he gets outside. He's still drunk. And he's going out to a business meeting and to find information. Comes back in, plucks his other mug out. Cheers. And he heads out. As he waves to the old lady behind the bar. Goodbye, dear. He blows a kiss to Enid, the old lady behind the bar. She just, no, you, as he walks away, as he heads out the door. He closed and locked his door as he leaves. I've got friends in low places. That's Alvor. I should add that to his playlist. He knows so many people, and half of them he's probably fucking as well. You are left alone on your balcony. You have 2 rooms, coincidentally on either side of Alvor, and I love that. He doesn't know that, I don't think, and that's hilarious. Would you all, do you have anything to do in 4 hours, or would you like, you can always ask, like, if you all have nothing to do and you'd rather get to something, we can always skip time and just say, what were you doing in this time as well? Or we can actually go out and focus on things. Just know that skipping is also an option.
The only things that I can think of, there's the other magic shop, potion shop, that we left a note at, but I can't remember the particulars of how we were to, because that was an appointment.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yep. Essentially what would happen is you would leave, the way Illyri described to you at Bodacious Bottle Brews is to refer to you to mythic mixes that you would have to leave an appointment.
Mixes, that was it.
Yep. You left an appointment in the Dropbox, and what would happen is you would get a letter, and you would have to check that at the Ferric Emissary post office to see if he's mailed back to you. You all do not have a resident. You didn't leave a... I don't think you would have left a contact us at this address because you're all everywhere and going everywhere, so you would have to... That would be referred back to the post office, the Ferric Emissary outpost.
Okay, how far away is the post office?
Not too far. Not too far from here. It's near the city gates. It's not too far from here.
Yeah, and then the other thing was the... the Dashing Deliberant Casino. Is that near us?
It's in the Liberty District. Everything's pretty close here. Okay.
Trying to go gamble?
You want to go gamble for a little bit?
Maybe not right now.
Okay.
But it's within proximity to the Nightingale.
Yeah, in the Liberty District, and especially in this busy area, anything's quite easy to get to.
It's all very close.
Yeah. With shortcuts and everything. Mm-hmm.
Dash would go downstairs and order matter. And he'd say, slide over a silver. Say, with a spotted notice.
Her face, her wrinkled, yellowed lips, kind of from her tobacco use completely. She kind of brings up a smile. Heavy tipper, I like that about you people. She takes the silver. Spotted Note is a beautiful collection of wondrous fiction. Why, have you been shopping there, or are you looking for something? I can recommend a few titles.
You would look
over there. You see a little bookshelf with a few of those books.
He'd add the bookshelf and he's like, I'm looking for a certain one, but what's your recommendation?
I have a list of spotted notebooks. Hold on one moment.
Why are you like randomly guessing, but the moment it's smut, Ethan's like, I got fish.
Fuck you! What the hell? What the heck?
Oh my god.
Garage gains a point of exhaustion? Of like 40 books of like just for the spotted note.
I love it.
She says, well, the ones that I have on the shelf here, you see they're mostly smut store, and some of them have pictures, so they're either novels, like dollar store, like, you know, romance novels, or fantasy illustrated porn mags, essentially, is what's here. She will list off, I love, and I've read quite a few. Saradic and I, we go way back. The shop owner of a spotted note, he's actually been here a few times. If only I was back in my prime, and I was still serving. But I love Sultry Arcana. I love How to Woo a Dragon by Alvor Palebrook. I love Morningwood, a Dryad's Tragic Tale by Alvor Palebrook. I'm a big fan of Mr. P. Other ones, if I wasn't being biased, I love Necrotic Erotic. I love another one. This one is actually really interesting. Chartreuse's Charm, the infamous ink-bound Keep Band book. I saw that look, Tara. I saw that. Chartreuse is a little inside joke for Tara. Because it's just the name of Chartreuse is a wizard, and there's a long deceased wizard in Dolores, and I slipped him in here. And I also love my personal favorite. And she reaches behind the bar. She passes you a title that says His Scimitar as she passes it forward.
Kirby.
This one actually has a little note. Skip the first page. Sarah wrote me a little love note in there. Why are you so interested?
I love that Dash is like a child.
Like 18-year-old sitting there like, this is a lot to absorb.
He's just able to buy some beer. That's it.
He'd open it, and he would open it just a moment as if he would try to look for a name. Because he hasn't heard her name yet. On that first page, like with the note, is her name on it?
Of her name?
Yes.
Yeah, it says "To Enede," Enede. To Enede, my loyal friend. Here is a book gifted from me to you on this Campfire Festival night, which is equivalent of Christmas, essentially, or a winterist holiday, essentially, of giving. It seems to be a gift to her.
He'd rush through the pages and he goes, "I'm sold. Where's the spotted note? I'd love to see his collection."
It's just down the road here, not too far of a walk. Careful not to go into Madame Poppy's. She gets her bloomers in a bunch if you were to mention any of this. It's interesting to find another avid reader.
He goes, I'm got to do something. Or why not read fantastic books?
Reading's good, and for the body.
Oh God! He would literally just be like, thank you so much for your suggestion. Go upstairs and he'd be like, I'm going somewhere. And he'd pause like, how do I word this? He's like, I'm going somewhere. The spotted note.
You drop the bomb as if they're supposed to know.
Right?
Like,
I'm just gonna blink.
There. None of you know what this place is.
It's a nice
you want some
bookstore.
company?
If you'd like to come, there's books.
Yeah, okay.
We shouldn't really be out on our own either. I'll come with you. I want to go to the post office.
Are you all going to the smut store known as the Spotted Note?
Yeah.
I want my bird. I'm gonna stay in the room.
Okay. You want to cast it and then go, or are you just
hanging
out?
I'm gonna hang out.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to do in the meantime? You will be able to go to. Would you like a 4 or 6 room?
Which one's the headboard on?
It would be his headboard would be all 6. Yeah. 6 would be the one with the headboard.
6. Okay.
Shotgun 4.
Yeah.
I'll be 6.
Okay. You go in. You begin to start your ritual. Is there anything else you'd like to do in the meantime, or are you just waiting for everybody else to come back?
I'll wait for everybody to come back.
Okay.
At that point.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my fucking bird back.
Yeah, you're able to take 10 minutes to... Or is it an hour?
An hour. It's an hour.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So yeah. So you all head down the road to the Spotted Note, and you find this bookstore that is quite small. And you head in. A little bell that is shaped like a fairy dingles as you head in. Yeah, Pen?
Was anyone watching us leave the Nightingale? I'm mindful of the fact that we're still not sort of...
Make a perception check. Yeah, you all
clear, are we?
Have a criminal guild after you all, and you all were going to the porn shop.
I love this.
I'd say no one should let Darash ever lead. Like, bad idea.
14.
14. You're keeping an eye out. You're looking around for anybody who may be looking after you. Whether that's detectives, the vitriol, anybody. You're keeping an eye out, and you're looking around. Noted. You get there without seeing anybody.
Has Dash got the cloak on? Or Dash is just back in bird? Fabulous.
He does not have anything on his legs, but he does have the cloak over his head.
Right, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You head in, and you find several short shelves going along. You can actually see over them, and it's small. It's almost like if you were to go to a public library, it's one of their like small archive rooms, if that makes sense. It's not the biggest room. It's quite small, and you see as you're going along and heading in, you see immediately as you look around other books dotted around. You see, funny enough, with your passive perceptions, Alvar Pellebrook dots around. He has a little section, kind of like the Stephen King section, and he's got a bunch of books. He's got How to Weave Your Dragon. He's got Morningwood, a Dryad's Tragic Tale. He's got Prestidigitation 1 through 7 on here. You find other books as you're walking through the shelves. Are you looking for anything in particular?
Honest to God, he is going to go straight to the front. He's going to go straight to the person.
Okay. May I tell you a few more as you're on the way?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep. As you're heading on the way, other ones you will see is Beauty is in the Eye of the Beholder. So that's a D&D creature. You see one. You see Sune's Passion, a demigod story. You see Delving for Desire. You see Persuasion Check. You see.
Oh my God.
There's some that you would see. There's a few. As you head to the counter, you find behind it's a glass counter essentially, and you will find sitting behind here, there is no stool back here for the cashier. It is a straight up recliner, reclined back, reading a book. You see gold rings dotted on the middle finger and on the pointer finger. You see this man with dark skin. He's got kind of long coily hair. He has, you notice, orange vibrant eyes, and he's wearing kind of orange tunic. And he's human, and he's got a kind of an orange and brown accent tunic because he's laying there. And he closes his book and he says, "Oh, welcome to the Spotted Note. How may I help you? Is there anything I can get for you today, or are you just browsing? I hope you didn't come in here by accident. We have too many of those."
Not by accident at all.
Wonderful. He puts the book down and he gets out of the lazy boy.
He'd pause and go. We have motion the collection. He's like, your collection is vast and whatnot.
I am a good curator of good stories.
I'm looking for ones that put out any motion themselves. Anything on my kind?
You have a specific interest. Okay, that's good. Ones that I wouldn't put out. You're looking for more forbidden, hidden type books?
Look more interested. Look, say anything of my kind, but I'm guessing I would find more towards the ones that are forbidden.
Well, let me look around. Come with me as I walk. I don't have anything to drink, but if I did, I would offer it. Come on. Anyway, each of you, what are your interests? Each of you. Let's get you all a book as you all leave. We got one for you.
Pen will go, "Thanks very much, mate. I'm going to go and get something to eat." And he will go to the nearest food stall / cafe that he can see the Spotted Note and get him and Tax food.
Before you leave, you say that. And real quick, you make an insight check real quick. You see him look up to you as you begin to say that. You say, "Oh, I'm heading out," and he says, "No, you should please stay." As he looks to you, Pengelly.
A natural 1.
Natural 1?
A 6.
With a natural 1, it's hard to read, but you do know that for some reason he is wanting you not to leave. You don't know whether that's threatening or questioningly, but he just, a weird shiver comes over you. Like, suspicious, weird. That's what this vibe is.
He'll say, "Not much of a reader. I'll just wait up by the desk."
But everybody has an interest. I have something picked out for each of you. If you wait 1 minute, you can leave, and I'll get you a book that you may be interested in. Just what about the rest of you? And you see him immediately walk over to, while he's still looking for yours, he grabs a book off of it and tucks it under his arm. This will be for your friend. Anyway, the rest of you, I'm looking for books on Aarakocra. He looks at you, Darash. Ignavisa. Okay, interesting.
I was just about to say, when he says, I have a book for all of you. Yeah, no, Jirash is suddenly like, okay, this fucker. Like, he knows more than he's letting on.
I do not have anything on the legendary Ignavisa, unfortunately, although that would be a flaming book, wouldn't it? All I have is a book on the bird folk, unfortunately. I hope this will suit your needs. What about the other two? What about you? Any of interest for you? He smiles. He's a very friendly gentleman.
What would you recommend?
I do not know. I am not an expert on reading people like that.
Yes,
I'm not a...
Josh would literally just say that staring at him.
I am not. I just noticed you are an Aarakocra, and your coloring, and the way you are moving, and the way you speak, you are from the Hellsweep Isles. I am from Kavamoira. I'm familiar with your people.
He'd look less.
It's been a long time since I've met an Ignavisa, especially here in Beaucaster. We barely get any Aarakocra, especially not your kind. It's very interesting. Tell me, do you know how many times you've been around? How many times you have...
Would he have any inkling?
If your family has told you. That's feel free if you would or would not know.
Ooh.
Hold on. Let me fucking roll really quick.
That's right.
Ooh.
See if you would even know.
Didn't think you'd get so much lore from a smut shop, huh?
Guy, you've been rolling like shit today as well.
Say, I know of 9 different times.
That's quite interesting. Well,
There would be an odd, like, stand up straighter. There would be a pride with that.
he would hand you the book as he's leading back up to the front. Hopefully you do not need a 10th anytime soon. Hopefully this one shall be long and victorious.
He didn't claim it that he, like, it was wrong.
Either of you need anything? I do not know anything about either of you.
Do you have anything on mages?
Ah, yes. I have this one right here. This is Chartreuse's Charm. It's a wonderful book about Inkbound Keep. It's actually banned in Inkbound Keep. Mr. Chartreuse got it stuck on the shelves in the legendary library, and it is now banned. It's quite a funny story. I'll get that for you. He takes it.
I'll take that.
What about Crayonze? Do you want anything?
Am I here?
Crayons is not
Oh,
here.
sorry. Sorry. Fluke on my part. So sorry. As you come up, he will... Mm-hmm.
He would pause, open his beak, and then freeze and look over at the other two. And then he would, like, lower his head to begin to go through, looking for any ink metal working.
I like it. Make an investigation check.
Okay. Fuck, I suck at those. Those are the ones I suck at the most. Fuck. 12.
He notices you're having a little bit of trouble. He says, "What are you looking for?" You're in a strange isle. Inanimate objects. That's a weird fetish. I will admit. That is quite weird.
We'd cover his face for a moment and then go, do you have anything on, or automation? Almost like maybe airships, but of that type.
I'm not sure I have anything on that, but maybe this one will do. And he pulls out a book just called Grindstone.
Go. Nothing.
I'm sorry, we do not have what your needs. Very sorry. And he brings up, and the books here, that'll be probably 10 gold for the 3 books. And you see that he has the Chartreuse's book. He's got the book on Aarakocra, and the book he's chosen for Pengelly, you see it says A Tale of Winds.
He would pay for all.
Pengor, thank you very much. So, Pengelly, you get the Tale of Winds. You, Terry, you get the Chartreuse book, and you get the book on the Aarakocra. Well, there you go. Thank you for your patronage, and I hope they are a magnificent treat. No refunds. We know we used to do that, and they were quite messy. You must keep them.
Oh God.
Yes.
No worries. We'll keep.
Well, thank you very much, and if you ever need anything, please come back.
Thanks.
As you all leaving, he gives another nod to you, Pengali. It's not a weird nod of like he's hitting on anybody or anything. It is a weird, familiar nod. Interesting. It's almost as if it's like the weird feeling of this person knows me and I don't know them. That is weird. That's the feeling. You wanna leave? But you didn't suspect such mystery and lore from a smut shop.
Fucking God damn.
That's so good. I didn't expect you guys to go here for a very long time, if ever, because it's a porn shop.
Yeah, he'd at that point look at Mira and Pengali, be like, "Well, I'm all done."
Let's head to the post office quickly, shall we?
You head on to the post office. You see this large wooden warehouse building with a little cubbyhole at the front, like a teller's area right out front on the street. As you see there's a halfling gentleman standing up on a stool like, yes, okay, let's see, what do you need? He's like he's going along like very quickly of getting stuff sorted out. And you eventually, I assume, will tell him your names. And you tell him your names? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure. You get your names, and he shouts them out, do we have any letters for this? And this halfling is yelling out. He almost wobbles off his stool, and you actually see he has a handhold right above it, so he's used to almost toppling over. He grabs the handhold above it and topples himself, and eventually they will say, check my notes to see if the letters come back yet. Unfortunately, we do not have anything yet. I'm sorry. Next! Unfortunately...
Excuse me, sorry. Just yes. Before we go on, I'm wondering if you know of another, I believe it might be a half-elf in the city. They have a wagon train.
Shaped like barrels?
Yeah.
That's the Birdie Caravan. Yes, I know of them. They kind of stop through here every once in a while. Yes, I do.
Do you know, I think we saw them as we were coming into the city. Do you know where they'd generally be sort of staying whilst they're here?
Yes, they move around, but I think right now they have a spot in the Foundry District. Sometimes they come into the Faded Bazaar, but they often goes back into the Foundry District and sit back there a little while. You have to find them. They're cleared out and kind of a tent over their barrels, yes.
Alright, good stuff. Thanks very much.
Yep. Next! He's just going along. This halfling is keeping this place and going along. You see his name tag says Tracker. This short halfling. As he's going along. No letter yet, unfortunately. I had to read my notes. I couldn't remember if it was here or not. It's not, unfortunately. He only sent it yesterday. Anyway. Where'd you like to go?
And do I get Nevi?
Yes, after this time of traveling around, you will complete your ritual in this room, and out of the ritual, Nevi will form in magic. And we'll give a hoot.
Is there a window in the room?
In this? No, there are no windows in any rooms for privacy.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna tromp downstairs with Nevi on my shoulder, keeping an eye out, and I'm going to open the door and send Nevi out with the command to search. And Nevi is just gonna essentially circle around and keep an eye out around the place.
Okay, make a perception check through Nevi.
Can you look this up for me?
Yes. If you would like, you could actually go ahead and roll d20 and let me look. I can definitely look that up for you.
9 plus whatever.
Okay, you're keeping an eye out. That's a 12. You were keeping an eye out through this time. Are you all heading straight back? Or are you all going anywhere else? Just so I know the time frame of Nevi will be looking. Okay. You'll have about about 15-ish, 20 minutes of Nevi looking around, and during that time you're keeping an eye out. Are you flying over the Nightingale, or are you going throughout the district?
I can only see, I believe, within 100 feet, so I'm going to be back in the room just looking through Nevi's eyes around the Nightingale.
With a 12, unfortunately, you do not see anything. If there's anybody there, you're keeping an eye out, though.
Can I roll a perception check as we're heading back to the Nightingale?
You can. Go for it.
18?
18. You're keeping an eye out. You're looking around, looking for the gray stands, vitriol, anybody who has turning eyes towards any of you. Saradic, even, because you might be worried about that strange familiarity there as you're heading through. Nothing piques your interest with an 18. You're firmly set of people have to be really hiding right now. If they're doing a damn good job if they are hiding. There's a pit in your stomach of I still don't feel right, but you're at least confident your eyes aren't playing tricks on you and you don't see anybody. So that's good. You head back to the Nightingale. Nevi will eventually see your 3 comrades coming back up through this small winding road heading to the Nightingale. You come up.
Nevi will come and land on Darasha's shoulder.
Bird on bird action. Yes. That's horrible. I wish I didn't say that. I wish I didn't say that.
You take that back.
Yeah, once he turns, he's he'd smile and older as walks.
Okay.
Pen will go up to room 4 because Creon's in room 6. I think he'd go up to room 4 and would sort of grab some food, feed Tax, and he'll start reading the book, having been a bit unsettled about it, and just wait for Alvor to get back.
Are you doing a skim, or are you properly reading page per page?
Probably have an initial skim, and then he'd start reading, knowing that he's got a couple of hours before Alvor returns.
From the initial skim, it is a tale of an elven woman who you're kind of like piecing together what's happening. It's a tale of an elven woman essentially falling in love with this human, and essentially this human has a mystery to them. It's some kind of fantasized, romanticized mystery of they are more than human. They're a magical presence of being able to fly and travel with the winds and all that. That's your initial skim, is kind of that story. Human meets something that's greater and fall in love. It's that kind of story, and you begin to skim through that. What the rest of you doing? You all just hanging out? Mm-hmm. Are we waiting until Alvor comes back?
Yeah, reading books, shit.
Okay.
How was the store?
It was interesting.
Creepy. In a good way.
Creepy in a good way. A bookstore?
The best are.
Okay. I've never been, so.
Mental note.
It's at that point that Mira flips to a classically drawn wizard, completely nude except for the wizard hat. She just flips past it as you're saying that.
It's like.
I would love it if you're like, okay, memory unlocked.
Roll a memory. We fade into the past.
You find yourself reclining on your.
There's a familiar to this Mr. Chartreuse. Oh my god, this session is God. If we pick a group, this is saucy. If we pick a group name, it doesn't even have to be after the adventure group. It's after our smut book club. That's what the name is for.
Fuck yes.
We form a book club, and after every adventure, we come back to the Nightingale and read through, and we talk about it. Beaucaster smut.
We're sitting there, we're all damaged from battle and shit. Be like, you didn't read your chapter? What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Today was chapters 4 and 5.
Together this this PowerPoint, this pamphlet on why this character is a horrible being. Like, this is... Oh my god. I need it.
Oh my god.
You wait. Go ahead.
No. He would just tell Grianza, you'll have to come with us next time. See what kind of books fall out to you.
But I got grindstone.
History books or
Sure.
It's hidden somewhere behind everything else. Oh god.
I love it. After a bit of time. Oh, sorry.
You're good. Go.
After a bit of time, 4 hours creep around, or what would have been 4 hours from that initial point. It is evening time. It is 9:00 p.m. People, you hear the nightingale below begin to play with a little bit of lute music as if you were to ever peek, you find as every hour goes by, the people here have less and less clothing items as they wander through the tavern, essentially, and doors begin to close along the hallways as the active goes on. And yeah, and 5 hours creep by, and Alvor said he'd be 4 hours, 5 hours tops. Half an hour goes by after that, until eventually you would all hear the door between your all's room, whatever rooms you all are in, and same room or not, you hear the door of Alvor's peek open and then close, because he doesn't know he doesn't know you've gotten rooms here. So you hear him go into his room, or what sounds like a person going into his room.
Yeah, Josh's book slams closed and standing up.
All right, you heading over?
When I get into the hallway, I'm just gonna be like, as soon as I open the door, I'm gonna be like, and like, walking.
Averting your eyes from all the nudity.
My eyes. Okay. Are you all heading over to Alvor's room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go collect Pen from the other room.
Yeah, Pen will already be looking out into the doorway.
Question, Kurianza. Did you keep up Nevi throughout the entire time you were waiting on Alvor?
No. When it landed on Dash, would have came back in.
Okay. Noted. You head in, you knock, and he opens it. And you see him. He's currently holding a slab of beef to his head at the moment. And no bruise or anything. He just, I have a headache. Please close the door before that music. And you all come in. He closes it, locks it, puts a chair in front of it. Okay. What have you all been occupying your time with? I suspect you've been researching or putting together valuable information. Shall you all go first on what you have found out since we've been here? Spending your time greatly.
I'm gonna open my book to the picture.
I give that book a 5 out of 10. I hate Mr. Chartreuse. That is a horrible book.
Did you know him?
He is hundreds of years old. I did not know him. I am not that old. I am
I
not
don't know
that
how
old.
you are.
I am not that old.
I don't know how old I am.
I can guarantee you I'm not that old. Well, while you all have been browsing Enid's bookshelf downstairs, I've been out. He takes off the pen. The Sons of Set pen that Mir has come to know. He tosses it onto the dresser. Ding, 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 ding. Let me refer to my notes for one moment, if you don't mind. And let me just read. I don't want to miss anything that he has found out.
Really quick.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to read real quick. I can't believe y'all went to a smut shop. We had a scene there. With a little bit of mystery there as well. Y'all still having fun? You having fun, Staj? I know you came in late, but I hope you're having fun so far.
Bro, I fucking missed this.
Yeah, this is fun. Tara,
my phone is also really hot.
Oh yeah, yeah. Discord on the phone is gonna crank that thing up.
Yep.
I appreciate you coming in though, and even with your little setup you've got.
Yeah.
So is the internet just out in your house, or is it out like along the street, or what?
I don't know. I have to call and check.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
A couple days is not good.
It is not good. Last I checked, like, there was a blip that happened like 7 days ago or so when everybody was talking about it, and now not too many people are, but there's still like people reporting it. So
that's not good. Hopefully it gets fixed soon.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No worries. Manor said he'll be right back.
Gosh.
You having fun, Trey?
Fucking having a blast, but what?
Spotted note. You can guess why it's called the spotted note.
Oh god. Oh god.
So... I like how you hit both bookstores too. The normal one and then the bad, like the...
I do the same thing in real life. When somebody says, don't go to this place, I'm like, next on the fucking list. Like, I am 100% going there.
It was meant to just be a throwaway line of, because she hates that person, but we all went. So good. I'm glad my book names got some use. Yeah, he knew what you were. What'd you think about that?
Love it. The moment that he said that, I was like, what? So good.
He's from where you're from, or somewhere around there. Enough to know.
Yeah, I was say the moment he said it, he's like, cool. Like, he's from home. Makes sense.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, back.
Manners and Tara, are you both having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll start getting to our tail end of the session. So, he says, if I have to pause and read every few minutes, my apologies. Got a block of information he's found. So, to start off with, once again, this is not free. But I have taken interest in this now. The vitriol are interesting. They're fairly new. From what I have gathered from my contact, I've got a little bit of surprise at the end, but we will save the best for last, shall we? So, they're fairly new. And by new, I mean they've been here, maybe reports date back from what I have found from my sources, from the people I've talked to, reliable or not. They've got people worried. They're new only the last couple of months, maybe 3. However, they've only been coming out of the shadows in the last few weeks to month. People suspect they've been around for a few months, but they have been coming out more. And that scares me. You only start coming out of the shadows when you need to make yourself present for fear to get your name out there. And if they are doing this soon, it takes criminal guilds and thieves guilds. It took the Spectre's Defiance years to rise up. They're quick. I suspect they've been around longer than a few months, but they've been sneaky. The last few weeks they have been doing jobs, taking scores frequently, making connections, making fears through many people. However new they are, they have connections and setups. The Rifts are scared of them. I don't know if you know them. Tharash, you know them. The Rifts. How's that going? He gives a little smile.
I've been kind of dealing with this.
Seems like the Rifts are scared of them. He isn't. I'm not sure what they are scared of. There's no exact examples, but they are fear of the name vitriol. I suspect they've gotten themselves wrapped up with the vitriol somehow, whether they have or not, but either way they are nervous enough. Some type of impact has been made on the roofs. And that says something. I've worked with the roofs before, for drugs pushing, and they're scared of a lot of people, but they became very quickly frightened.
You said you don't know about what they're frightened?
I can't find any specific examples. I don't know what the vitriol has done to the rifts to make them frightened, unfortunately. However, my contact...
Ask?
What'd you say, sorry? I talked over you.
Can we go to the rifts and ask? Who are they?
That's your prerogative. My contact works with the rifts, as well as other groups, and he didn't know. Maybe higher-ups in the rifts would. That's your business to know. My person didn't know. My person actually works with several groups. A little bit of double dipping. And he doesn't know any specific instances. However, he has talked to them. My contact has actually talked to the vitriol. There's at least 20 or more members. Maybe 30. Maybe more. It's hard to know. However, I suspect there is a core group of 3 or more leading it. And I imagine this Radal that you spoke of was one of them. In some way. I don't think it's a one leader type deal. I think there's a collective with a lot of minion-like personnel all around them. Here we get to the interesting part. My contact, who's supposed to know everything, he did good. He knows of you. My contact knows of all of you because the vitriol has been talking to him. The vitriol know you all, and has been looking. I worked up something and you can take it or leave it. You have an appointment with the vitriol tonight at 3 a.m. if you shall take it. My contact has set up the opportunity if you would like to talk to them. My contact... I do not trust him. He will double dip, even with me. But he fears me. So that's helpful. He says, I take everything he says to be true. The vitriol are looking for you. And anybody connected to you. So far, it's you all and the skull. They will find you. Right now, the exact words he used is grace period of letting you live. They are eager to have this meeting with you. 3 a.m. sharp. They will reach out to you and give you directions. Shall you take it? That's where my information ends. I will be honest with you. I'm nervous. I am very nervous right now. I know how to deal and dance around these types of organizations. I've done it in Brocklewhite, in Tavalis, in Beaucaster, even in Lejara. And I'm not frightened yet. I still think they are just another type of guild that has gotten themselves mixed in with some type of power. Many of them do. But I am cautious. Especially since you all have been working for me. I'm starting to regret that. That's all I know. This could be a trap. It's how this will go if you go to this meeting. If you don't go to this meeting, they will eventually track you down. It's up to you to navigate away from that. However, if you go, it's either a trap, and you all die, or it's not a trap, but you are in service or debt to them. That's how it works. There's no safe zone here. He leans back on the bed.
Can I insight check Alvor for whether he's telling us everything?
You certainly can. What did you all say as well while you're rolling that?
It's absolutely a trap.
One way or another. But they may not want to kill you yet. They probably could have killed you beforehand. They could have probably come in here and kill you now. You could die at the end of it. I don't know. What'd you get on your insight?
1.
Alvor is hard to read. He is classic Alvor. He's difficult to read. Take it how you will.
Ash half shrug, almost as if this wasn't scary to him, and he would say, so we either go and it's a trap and they kill us, or we don't go and they kill us, or best case scenario, we go and try to work it out. To me, there's one scenario that we live.
You all took one of theirs down. They're angry.
I didn't really
That's
think
not
we're
as-
useful, though.
He would point where he like took down someone that mattered to them, which means they know what we're capable, which might help us.
What about Amy? What about the skull? This is the skull's problem more than it's our problem. So if we're going into this thing, I think we need to take the skull in.
Oh yeah.
I ran into the skull and had the pleasure of meeting her. Pleasure is a hard word. She stopped by earlier. I came back here, took a stop at one point, and I met up with her. She is out and she's on her way back soon. She gave it another couple of hours. I didn't tell her about the meeting, though. I figured that would be you all to discuss with her.
As far as I'm concerned, the skull doesn't get a say. The skull goes where we tell the skull to bloody go. But if we're going to this meeting and you all seem to think that we're either walking into a trap, going to get killed, we do a poor job of talking to them, we get killed, we come out of it owing them a shitload, which I've got to say is why we killed that big bastard in the first place, because he was strong-arming us. You haven't talked about the fact that we fight our way out of it. They sound scary, they sound formidable, sure, but so are we. Look at the stuff that we've taken on.
I don't think us against 30 people is gonna make it.
Dash would pause and look up and be like, oh, but we take down quite a few of them.
Yeah, we'd make it hurt, and that's why they
music.
want to meet us, because they know that, sure, they've got 25, 30 people there. They're not coming out unscathed if they take us out. Fancy a scrap, Albor?
No, I don't. This isn't my fight, unfortunately.
Didn't think so.
Nope. As far as we all know, and as far as you will tell them, you have no affiliation with me. Because I helped give you information.
Do you know anyone that we could hire to even the odds a little?
I might. Yes. I can arrange for them to come with you. It'll cost you. For them and me.
What's this going to cost us so far, by the way? Gold, information, answers.
This will be a favor for later. Darash, you're stacking up. And if you want another arms with you, he'll probably cost 200 gold in total. 150 to him, 50 to me. But he will pack a punch if you're going in swinging.
I'm not going to end up under the thumb of these bastards, so if we go there and the discussion with them goes poorly, I'm ready to get stuck into them. So maybe taking whoever Alvor's got in mind wouldn't be a silly idea. And we all know that the skull can do a bit of damage.
I don't like this. I don't like them.
You could try to dodge it.
We could dodge it and try and find out more of them. I mean, there's a difference between facing down 20, 30 of them in this meeting and knowing that they've got 3 to 4 leaders. Why don't we just try and chop off the head of the snake?
Or
You can always pick them off.
in motion heavy. I need to say her. And right? And the skull going. We go talk to him and y'all stay out and it goes bad,
I don't think they said that.
What was that,
They're
Corinne?
gonna want all of us there if we do go.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They have the upper hand here. They know.
It's a
where
nice
we are.
thought, Dash, but you can stop trying to recklessly get yourself smashed just to appear noble. We get it, but we're a team, right?
You would look puzzled at the thought of that he is trying to be noble. It's like, I ain't Zeke. He'd kind of half shrug and he's like, I'll follow what y'all think is best.
They're going to try and put us under their thumb. We're going to fight 30 people if we go there. Or we could take out every strike team they send at us. Pick them off.
So with someone with much power, the fact that they're already reaching out, it's not going to just be them. How long? It's kind of shrugging. It's like, I don't want to live my life looking over my shoulder more so than I already have. He'd look at the three of them and he'd say, I don't know if I'll live your life to older more than once, but that doesn't sound like living. Sounds like surviving.
The reason I want to take them on is that I've seen this happen before, and they want to meet up because, as you say, they want us under the thumb, and they want to be able to control us. Having said that, the fact that they want to meet up and they're not bloody sending wave after wave of arseholes after us is that they know that we can do some damage to them, no matter how small. And, as Albor says, they may have been around for a few months, but they've only been making themselves known for the last couple of weeks, which means that they're still on their way up.
Dash would like kind of paw and like put his hands by his head and like put his legs up in thought and go, maybe they want to recruit us. What do you say, enforcer? Say enforcer, lead enforcer. If they're that pissed off about us dropping him, maybe we just drop someone really useful to them. And they're looking for us. If we can, I say we try to convince the down, but I'm not above joining people stronger than to repay debt. Especially because emotionally, like with our skill set, that debt is dropped pretty quickly with what we can do. So maybe
The other way to look
swing
at it
in may not be the best idea.
going in ready to swing is always a good idea, though, because you don't want to get taken by surprise. But maybe the way to look at it as well is that the skull ain't part of us, so maybe we hire this friend of ours and get the skull to both sort of wait in the wings. We go in independently of the skull, as is right, because the skull ain't part of our group, and we go in as our group but have them waiting just in case things go south, and then we get stuck into it.
Yeah, their whole thing, they're for the skull. I don't think they're going to sit and talk to us.
They're gonna want
the skull with us.
are there.
And
I disagree. Is the skull part of our group?
whether or not it's part of your group, she is my friend. So that's fine. I'll stand beside you, but know that I will be standing beside her as well.
Depends if Amy gets the invitation as well.
But that's what I'm saying. We're not going to hand them the skull, but turning up with the skull removes some of our options. If we've got Alvor's mate and the skull sitting as backup, and we go in and actually talk to them independently of them wanting us to hand them the skull, that's what they're going to ask for, right? Because that's who they're pissed off about. They're pissed off about us for taking down their big ugly bastard, but it puts us on a better negotiating footing if we're not there with the thing that they want.
I get what you're saying. It's not a bad idea. Have leverage.
Have some leverage, have some value in your back pocket. But the fact is, we're walking in there knowing that if they're toe rags and things go south, we're going to have to fight our way out. We might not have to sort of take them all on and fight 25 people, but we're going to have to fucking get out of there. And we're also going to probably need Navi to be able to bring in Alvor's friend and the skull should things go badly. I fucking hate having meetings like this where I don't know where it's going to be. We don't get to scope it out. We don't know the terrain. We've only got the tricks up our sleeves that we're taking in with us.
So then what tricks do we have up our sleeves?
The usual, right? The stuff we've seen. Stuff we used.
Dead friend. Got it. Get a handle body. All.
I'll look at Alvor.
Y'all and they all ready to die for this?
Mira looks at Alvor. He says, I'll take care of Zake if you all perish, and then I'll try to make arrangements for you all as well. It'll be one hell of a funeral.
Thank you. Don't have it here.
Okay. No promises. But Daraj says, are you all ready to die? And he looks around. Curious to hear the answer himself.
I'm always ready to die, but the fact is, I see our options as going in, having this meeting, probably getting in a dust up, and either winning or getting our throat slit, or we say no to this meeting, but we spend the next week sort of lying low and trying to find who these 3 to 4 leaders is so that we can take them out nice and quiet. Or take them out on our terms. I see those as our options. Or we fucking get out of Dodge, but we've got stuff to do here, right?
I'd say we face it head on.
Pigeonhole one person. People in charge. If it ever comes down to that.
If we get a shot on the head, out, they say someone squished.
Yeah, if it goes south, just throw everything that you got at the people who are doing the talking.
Mm.
It is with that, around that time, where you all are gathered around, speaking about what your plans will be about this possible meeting. And it is eventually you all feel your skin grow cold as you hear a voice creep into all of your heads at once. A higher voice, kind of scratchy, eerie. Killers of Verdal, we wish to meet you in the foundry at 3 a.m. Return to the place Verdal was slain. May Catania light shadows. Light your shadows. And the magical message fizzles out, and you all are left to decide what you do. And that'll be where we end today.
What was that name? May.
Anya?
Catania?
Yep, that is the moon. That is the name of the moon. She said, the voice that goes over it all, we wish to meet you in the foundry at 3 a.m. At 3 a.m., return to the place where Verdal was slain. May Catania light your shadows. You all would know, maybe not Creonza, but the 3 of you would know, may Catania guide your way, light your path, something like that, is a usual greeting. It's a usual saying of you're heading into danger and good luck. Of be safe. That it's a usual saying like throughout the world of, because Catania is one of the 3 moons of Dalares. It is the main moon. It is like our moon basically. It's out all the time. Catania. It's in the Beaucaster handbook. Basically, there is some of the month for a few days, every now and then. The other 2 moons, you will find one moon is slightly bigger than Catania, because Catania is like the white, like our moon. And then there's one called Delacia, which is, it looks like a planet in the distance. It is a purple and blue hue, and it looks like a mirror of Dolores. And Delacia has a little moon rock next to it called Pagranus, which is, scholars throughout the years, basically, this is just fun little facts real quick before we end. Delacia and Pagranus looks like a planet with its own little moon way in the distance that comes up only sometimes. It only appeared after the gods left Dolores, after they departed. And it has been theorized through stories and scholars and all sorts of in-between of that it's a different, some people say it's a reflection of Dolores. It is a mirror image in the night sky. You know, you have a planet and the moon. While some stories say that it's a parallel universe, like a parallel world. But either way, Catania, guide your path, light your shadows, anything like that is usually a saying that people will say to sailors of, may Catania light your shadows. Of, you're heading into a dangerous spot, may you live. It's a very saying throughout Holmes and Dolores. And this woman says this to you.
Interesting.
The voice, was it, you said cold? Did we get cold, or was the voice cold?
You all got... It was like hearing... Not necessarily actually... You didn't get actually cold. It's just someone breathing down your back. You felt your hairs like kind of raise up. It is an unexpected eeriness. Like there is an eeriness embodied into this voice.
And it was a female voice?
Yes, it was higher pitched, kind of feminine. Yep, and she says that. She says it in kind of a... While it's eerie, it's a friendly eerie, if that makes sense. Like like a friendliness onto that. It is uncomfortable. That's why you all kind of grew cold. It was unexpected. And another layer of eeriness is you all experienced that message at the exact same time, and you all saw it in yourselves.
Did Alvor?
He has no recognition of that, no. He doesn't seem to have gotten that message. And the next time, we might dive into a meeting with the vitriol, or whatever you all decide. What do you guys think you're going to do?
Go to the meeting.
Here we go.
That's next session's going to be fun.
We're really stubborn, though. Like, at the mirror. It's like with, whatever his name is, when we killed him. Kakesh. No. What was his name?
Radal. Yeah.
Radal. Yeah. I mean, the minute that we all went, nah, let's fight on, was when he said, you need to give me something, each of you. We're like, no, fuck off.
Yeah.
And it will be like that again.
Yeah.
It will.
And we don't even have anything. It's the principle of it.
I don't know, you don't have anything. I'm excited.
Some people have stuff.
Yeah, some people have stuff. If you don't have stuff, you can get stuff. Went to a smut store, we got some information. Possibly arranged a meeting, found out information. He was able to get quite a bit of information.
Oh, Alvor, another favour.
Yep, you all went to him. Alvor's not free. Probably Alvor's better than the vitriol, though. At the end of the day. I'm so excited for next session.
Same.
I hope there's that small chance we can play Saturday, but if not,
Yeah, I don't know. We're leaving this afternoon. We'll see.
That's
we'll
fair.
See.
Cool.
Safer to presume that we won't, but I will as
fair.
early as possible. I will light the beacons if it looks like there's a chance.
That's fair.
All right, thank you. That was lots of fun.
Thank you all for playing. Hope you all had fun. Very interesting, very fun stuff you all did.
Cheerio, team.
We'll see what we do next time.
Bye.
Likewise. Bye everybody.